Well, Darude Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 45 of Iran Revolution Live with your amazing host, the wonderful Armin Navabi.
And your amazing host, the wonderful Goldie Kamari.
Thank you so much, Armin. Thank you. Um, it's been a super busy day already. 2C just finished, but Armin, on top of that,
Ooh. Oh my
apparently,
God. Wow.
she's gonna be briefing the members of the media. See, guys, we're on top of all of this. We are on top of everything. So we have no idea what she's gonna be talking about, but I've been keeping an eye on that. So we'll just keep an eye on that as we go through our news and info and updates. So Armin, how was the Persian stream?
It was very good. We were talking about the strategy of the reformers to because they've seen the writing on the wall, and we're trying to make everyone prepared for all their sneaky strategies to try to survive the fall of the Islamic Republic and the whole wave of arrests that are happening, and the fact that the Western media has now is using that news to move away from covering the protesters and the prisoners into talking about the reformers, and we should not let them do that because they're like, oh my God, the poor reformers rather than the poor protesters in Iran who are in prison. A lot of Western media is now like going out, and this is becoming a promotion strategy for the reformers. So we need to cancel, like we need to fight against that.
Yeah,
This
I
is
mean, guys, the
yeah,
people that the regime is arresting, it's basically like Nazis arresting Nazis. So we literally don't care, right?
right.
The reformers are even more evil and more dangerous than the hardliners because the hardliners will, yell Allahu Akbar and murder you in public. The reformers will yell Allahu Akbar and murder you behind closed doors, right?
Yes, that's a good way of explaining it, Goldie. That's a very good way of explaining it. I'm going to use that. That's fantastic. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it is a
Yeah.
good way, right? Because the reformers act all like moderate or whatever in public, but they're actually even more evil. They're more
Yes.
evil behind the scenes. So,
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
We have Larijani visiting Oman, which we could get to if you want at some point. Netanyahu is on the plane, I think, right now. I don't know if he has landed already. Meeting tomorrow with Trump, but I think last time I checked, he was on the plane to going towards Washington D.C. We
Mhm.
have more U.S. military buildup. That if some people were interested, we could get into. We have in Isfahan, we have some nuclear site activity that some people might be interested in around Turkey's warning, and some other updates that if at some point we could go over.
Well, why don't we start with the updates? I'm keeping an eye
Oh,
on the White House. And as soon as the White House goes live, we'll just switch over to them. But why don't you start with all your updates?
all right. So last time, by the way, Goldie, you asked me something that I did not have the video, and I was said like, "Oh, Goldie wanted that video, and I didn't have that ready." So
Oh,
I was like, "I need to go find it because Goldie asked for it." So let me bring it up. So I mentioned last time that let's just listen to this because you asked for this last time. So they asked. Oh, by the way, this is actually a big deal because Vice President JD Vance is actually right now in Armenia, and a lot of people are talking whether Armenia is going to be allowing its airspace to be used for the attack, and a lot of people are saying that's a big deal that JD Vance is in Armenia. And a lot of people are coming up with a lot of theories for, is it just is it just like a business deal or something, or there's some the preparation for it, because this is the first time any president or vice president of the United States has visited Armenia, right? This is the first time. So people are saying this is actually a bigger deal than what they're making it sound. But let's actually listen to this part. This was before he went there.
Well, I think as the president has said publicly, it's already very much been part of the negotiations that we've had. It's one of the things the president made a very strong demand is that there were prisoners who were going to be executed. The crackdown was, of course, very brutal and violent. And as the president and the entire administration has said, we stand with the people of Iran. We stand with the right of peaceful protest across the world, and certainly people who want to exercise that right in Iran. But absolutely, the president has made that part of the conversations that he's had, not just with the Iranians, but with people all across the region. I'm sure that will continue.
So this is a big deal because some people were assuming that the whole idea of supporting the Iranian people and the fact that the massacre happened has been forgotten, and it's not even part of the negotiations anymore. Everybody's talking about nuclear, ballistic missiles, and everybody's like forgotten that more than 50,000 Iranians were massacred in the streets. But J.D. Vance here is confirming that this is also part of what President Trump is thinking about, as part of his calculation. So that was especially coming from J.D. Vance, which some people will categorize as an isolationist. Him saying that this is an important part of the talks that we're having was very good to see that coming from J.D. Vance. So that was like that's what I was reported on yesterday. So I just wanted to show you that. No, no worries. And also, Ali Larijani just went to Oman. So Ali Larijani is basically the secretary of the Islamic Republic Supreme National Security Council. He traveled to Oman. Was a high-level meeting. It was a 3-hour meeting with the Oman foreign minister. I don't know pronounce his name. And he also met with the Sultan of Oman, and also met with some other people, but yeah, I'm not going to go through the list. So the trip is likely aims to deliver the Islamic Republic's official response to the first round of the negotiations. He also made sure that he timed this at the same time that Prime Minister Netanyahu is going to Washington, and he posted.
Oh, wait.
Right.
Surveillance footage from FBI in the Savannah Guthrie case on just this heartbreaking situation with respect to her mother. The president encourages any American across the country with any knowledge of this suspect to please call the FBI, who continue to assist state and local authorities who are leading this investigation on the ground. And once again, I will reiterate that the prayers of this entire White House are with Savannah and her family at this time. And we hope this person is found soon and that her mother is brought home safely. President Trump has a very busy week ahead, so I will begin with some scheduling announcements today. Tomorrow, here at the White House, the president will host Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for a bilateral meeting. The remainder of the week will be focused on energy and deregulation. Tomorrow afternoon, the president will hold an event in the East Room to tout clean, beautiful coal as America's most reliable and affordable energy source, especially during periods of peak demand, just as we saw during this most recent winter storm, which impacted hundreds of millions of Americans. The president will discuss how clean, beautiful coal is not only keeping the lights on in our country, but also driving down the cost of electricity across the country as well. Additionally, on Thursday, President Trump will be joined by Administrator Lee Zeldin to formalize the rescission of the 2009 Obama-era endangerment finding. This will be the largest deregulatory action in American history, and it will save the American people $1.3 trillion in crushing regulations. The bulk of the savings will stem from reduced costs for new vehicles, with the EPA projecting average per vehicle savings of more than $2,400 for popular light-duty cars, SUVs, and trucks. This is just one more way this administration is working to make life more affordable for everyday Americans. Overall, these groundbreaking actions from President Trump will drive larger economic growth, create thousands of good-paying jobs, expand manufacturing, increase consumer choice, and improve affordability for millions of families and businesses. Finally, on Friday, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will travel to Fort Bragg in the great state of North Carolina to meet with military families and the heroic members of our special forces who carried out the successful Operation Absolute Resolve in Venezuela and helped bring narco-terrorist Nicolas Maduro to justice. I know the President and First Lady are both greatly looking forward to this visit. Also, the First Lady will celebrate Valentine's Day at the Children's Inn at the National Institute of Health tomorrow, with children, families, and NIH staff involved in clinical trials. In other news this week, thanks to President Trump signing the largest middle class tax cut in history, this is shaping up to be the biggest tax refund season ever, and we are in it now. President Trump and Republicans fundamentally believe that Americans deserve to keep more of their hard earned money, not less, which is why he fought so hard to deliver this long overdue relief. From no tax on tips, overtime, or Social Security to auto loan interest deductions on new American made vehicles, plus increases to the standard deduction in child tax credit, more money is flowing back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. We're already hearing from everyday Americans across the country who are reporting substantial tax savings thanks to the Working Families Tax Cut, which every single Democrat in Congress voted against. AMAC, which represents millions of Americans, has heard directly from more than their 1,000 members already about how the Trump tax cuts are easing cost of living concerns. I wanted to share a few of those powerful responses with you today. This one comes from Dean and Wendy in Wisconsin, who said, quote, instead of paying out $3,700 last year, we got back $2,500 in refunds this year. This is huge for our family. Steve from California said, quote, the new senior citizen deduction is a tremendous relief and has given us peace of mind and the freedom to truly enjoy the retirement years we worked so hard for. Eric from Nevada said, as a senior, no tax on Social Security helps me tremendously. The no tax on tips helps my daughter-in-law as a waitress. The no tax on overtime helps my son, who works constantly. Our family savings from the One Big Beautiful Bill could total even more than $5,000. We love the Trump tax cuts. These are just a few positive examples of the everyday Americans that President Trump's tax cuts are uplifting. We'd love to hear more from the American people across the country who are benefiting from the Working Families tax cuts. The White House is also pleased to share that parents across the country can now officially apply to open a Trump account for their child. In order to apply, parents can visit trumpaccounts.gov and fill out the IRS form 4547. These Trump accounts are special investment accounts aimed at providing American children with a jump start on building wealth for life. They have all the tax advantages as a traditional IRA account, but are specifically tailored to build wealth the moment a child is born.
So Armin, I'm just going to monitor this to see if she mentions anything about Iran, or if there's any questions afterwards about Iran. But maybe you can continue with all the news and updates that you have. No rush.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so should I bring this down? Yep.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So look again. Let's go back to Ali Larijani. Ali Larijani is one of the highest officials within the Islamic Republic, and he's the secretary of the Islamic Republic Supreme National Security Council. He was in Oman, as I mentioned, and they timed it in a way that it basically coincided with Prime Minister Netanyahu's visit to Washington, D.C. I don't know, like why they do this. Like they're big on symbolism. They're really big on symbolism, and they're like, oh, you're having your tax, well, we're having our tax. Yeah, like it's high school mentality. But okay, but let's actually look at what he posted. Okay, so Ali Larijani went to Oman, and he said Netanyahu is now on his way to the United States. See, he's actually even admitting that. He's posting about it, saying Americans must think wisely and not allow him through posturing to imply before his flight that in quotations, I want to go and teach Americans the framework of the nuclear negotiations. So he's basically saying, he's trying to say, hey, Americans, don't let the Jews drag you into a war. That's basically the translation. That's what he's saying, which is very interesting coming from him, because he's doing that right now. He's like, hey, don't let the Jews tell you what to do, but let me tell you what to do, Americans. Hey guys, Americans, don't listen to Israelis. Listen to the terrorist Islamic State, the Islamic Republic. Okay, Israelis are not to be trusted. It's the Islamic Republic that you should be actually learning political lessons from. Okay, so that's what he's saying, right? Saying they must remain alert to the destructive role of the Zionists. Okay, yeah, sure, guys. I'm pretty sure Americans are going to appreciate this anti-Semitic narrative. They're like, oh my god, he has a point. He has a point, guys. Aren't you not tired of this like anti-Semitic BS? Like, when are we going to get rid of these people? So he's in Muscat. This was just now. Anyways, so that's Ali Larijani. Like, I don't know. Yeah, does this even need a response? Yeah, don't listen to your main ally in the Middle East. Americans, don't listen to the main ally in the Middle East. Listen to your main enemy in the Middle East. That's like really wise political advice, right? Yeah, ignore your ally, ignore the country that has been on your side forever, right? Like, I mean, for a very long time. Just listen to us, the people who have promised that we're going to be assassinating your president and basically like eventually capturing, invading your entire country and turning the White House into a Husseiniya. Like, we are the people to trust, not the Jews. Apparently, that's what this message is. Anyways, crazy, right? So yeah. By the way, Larijani is gonna go to Qatar after this. Apparently, why is he going there? This is seen as a final effort to see if another meeting with the Americans is possible. I mean, I think there's going to be another meeting. We'll see. Guys, by the way, it makes sense for the Americans to continue to meet with them. A lot of people keep getting upset with the Americans, like, why are they meeting with them? Why are they talking to them? Why are they negotiating with them? Honestly, this time it makes sense. This time, unlike the Biden administration and Obama administration, this time it makes sense. If an attack is inevitable, you want to try to defang your enemy as much as you can before the attack. Like, why not? Why not try to see? There's two. This is like when the Islamic Republic was negotiating with Biden and Obama, they were buying time to become stronger and become more terroristic, right? To basically plan their evil, to make a nuclear bomb and support their terrorist groups in the region. That's why back then negotiation didn't make any sense, because it was just giving the Islamic Republic an excuse to build its terroristic groups all around the region and get closer to a nuclear bomb. But now negotiations make sense because the United States is suffocating the Islamic Republic, and as time goes by, the Americans have more time to bring more of their military assets in the region, right? So that's one. Two, because if you could basically remove some of the deterrence capability before the attack, then that's going to make the attack easier just by negotiation. And three, you want to allow some parts of the Islamic Republics to have some hope that maybe through negotiations, attack will not happen. Because if you completely remove the hope for negotiations having a result, then what that would do is that would make the Islamic Republic attack earlier, because they know, like, why not just start the war anyways? Because why allow the Americans and the Israelis to keep building up their military assets around the region? If they're going to attack, let's do it earlier. So you need to provide some form of hope for them so that maybe they could not do that, like basically just allow everything to just build up. Actually, to confirm that, again, guys, nothing is 100% certain, but let me just to confirm that, let's go back to JD Vance again. So remember, guys, how I told you this is one of those, you know how you guys say Armin is sometimes right? This is one of those instances, okay? Because I told you that one reason why the Islamic Republic why the war is being delayed is to basically weaken the Islamic Republic as much as possible before they carry out an attack. So let's actually listen to this over here. Listen to this, JD Vance again.
A lot of people recognize that we need to do something with Iran, but not these weak little bombing runs. If you're going to punch the Iranians, you punch them hard, and that's what he did when he took out Soleimani. By the way, that action, people said that it would lead to broader war. It actually brought peace. It actually checked the Iranians and slowed them down a little bit. But let me just say something about this Iran issue, because maybe the most important diplomatic breakthrough of the Trump administration was the Abraham Accords. If you want to check Iran, the way to do it is to, one, withdraw their oil money, which of course Joe Biden's been bad about, but you've also got to enable the Israelis and the Sunni Arab states to work together and actually provide a counterbalance to Iran. Joe Biden has done nothing. You have the infrastructure there, sitting there, to weaken Iran, to strengthen our ally Israel. Joe Biden's done nothing with it. Donald Trump would reinvigorate it. I think a lot.
Guys, this is a confirmation of the strategy that I told you earlier. This is amazing that we have this video. And again, remember, this is coming from somebody who a lot of people would categorize as an isolationist. So this was a major confirmation. Like, this video is a major confirmation that what we're saying is based on the record that we have from Trump and JD Vance and the policy that they have towards the containing and weakening the Islamic Republic. Okay, so this is where the reason why I tell you these things is because we've heard them say these before, and this being their policy, right? All right, so let's go to the main news that everybody is talking about. The main news that everybody is talking about is basically Netanyahu's visit to Washington, D.C. So the meeting, as I mentioned earlier, he was in the plane just a few minutes ago. But so Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is heading to Washington. I mean, he's already there, I think. He's meeting with the President Trump tomorrow. Again, remember that this meeting was supposed to happen next week, but they made it happen earlier because I don't know why, but it's actually very interesting that something must have happened that they had to prioritize this. Everybody knows that the main thing is Iran, but what they're saying they're going to be talking about is not necessarily what they are going to be talking about. It is about Iran, but what about Iran? So what they seem to want to be talking about is Israel's red lines and the idea that Israel is looking for regime change. So on the surface, and again, you guys let me know what you believe in the chat. On the surface, what the reports are coming out is that Israel wants to make sure a regime change happens, and they're doing that also by bringing the range of the ballistic missiles as their red line to the table. But they're saying, the report said that the United States might be looking at other ways other than regime change. Again, this is on the surface, and Israelis are trying to go there to push the Americans for regime change, right? This is on the surface, but a lot of people are saying this is not true. What you see on the surface is not what's happening in the behind the scenes. You let me know what you think in the chat. People are saying that both Israelis and Americans are on the same page. They want to do regime change. They're just meeting to discuss the strategy. I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu has his military commander with him, and a lot of people are saying what they're going to be discussing is war strategy, not what they actually say. So let me actually look at what they're actually saying. So sources suggest that Prime Minister Netanyahu is aiming to push Washington towards basically a military option. He plans to present new intelligence on Tehran's military movements to Trump. So and by the way, a lot of this is based on Israeli media, right? Especially the right-leaning ones closer to Netanyahu. So Israelis red line. So the red lines for Israel is so the main red line for Trump is zero enrichment allowed on Iranian soil. And again, this is also Israel's red line, but Trump is the one who talks about this more. All enriched uranium must be shipped out. So, but the missiles is something that, I mean, both of them talk about all of this, but you could see that when Trump speaks, he's mostly talking about nuclear, but when Netanyahu speaks, he's mostly talking about limiting Islamic Republic's missile program, specifically restricting the ballistic missile range to a maximum of 300 kilometers. By the way, please understand that this red line of Israel is the same as regime change. I'm not exaggerating, and I don't know. Let me know if you guys understand this. Why is it that when Israel says that we will accept nothing but reducing nothing short of reducing the ballistic missile range of the Islamic Republic to 300 kilometers, it's basically the same as asking for regime change, because we know there's no way in hell that the Islamic Republic is going to agree to that. There's no way in hell. Even if there was a tiny little bitsy small little chance that they would agree to zero enrichment, which there's no chance even there, but even if there was a chance that they would accept that, they're not going to accept this. So this is a red line of Israel that there is no chance in hell that the Islamic Republic is going to agree to when it comes to reducing the range of their ballistic missiles, because reducing to 300 kilometers is basically the same as just accepting defeat and allowing Israel to come take over, right? Because they have basically zero deterrence if they have that. So asking for that is basically asking for regime change. Another thing that they're asking for is the proxies, a complete cut of the Islamic Republic support for what they call proxy groups, what we call here is terrorist groups. So a key disagreement. Okay, so again, let me know if you guys think that this disagreement is real or fake. Okay, a lot of reports, especially by Israeli media, suggest that there's a key disagreement between Israeli and American point of view. They say Israeli views the collapse and the change of the regime as a strategic goal, whereas the U.S. might be satisfied with simply weakening the Islamic Republic. That's what the Israeli media is reporting. What do you guys think in the chat? So Hayum is, for example, Israeli Hayum is reporting that, right? Do you guys believe that this agreement exists, or do you think that this is just like it's a show and this is good cop, bad cop, and behind the scenes they're all completely in line with each other? Another thing that is being reported that might not be true, might be true. You guys let me know what you think in the chat. Is that Netanyahu has some trust issues with Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and that's why he's traveling to the United States, because he doesn't trust Witkoff and Jared Kushner to deliver his message to Trump. Like the message that he gave them to say to give to Trump, he doesn't believe that it's going to be delivered in the way that he wants it to, especially because Witkoff and Jared Kushner have a lot of business deals with the Saudis, the Qataris, and the Emiratis. And so that's why Netanyahu is like, I need to talk to Trump directly. Again, I'm not saying this is the case. I'm just saying this is what I saw. A lot of media is reporting on that. It might be all just for show. Let me know what you think in the chat, right? Oh, BT June is saying, oh my God, great point. Well, thank you. All right, so we have some, by the way, guys, is all of this helpful? Let me know in the chat. Are you guys finding this information helpful? I want to make sure that I'm giving you the type of information that you guys will, yeah, everything good? Let me know. Someone's saying with you. Okay, fantastic. Very helpful. Oh, okay, great. All right, so we have more military buildup. So here's their more recent update. So we have 6 U.S. F-35 stealth fighters from the Vermont Air National Guard arrived in the UK, joining 3 refueling tankers. This is part of a larger movement of forces. We have there's an expectation. The expectation is that 12 more jets would arrive, totaling 18 to 24, likely deploying eventually to Jordan. By the way, guys, Jordan, the airspace of Jordan is very important, because apparently, again, I say these apparently because nothing is 100% certain, but because behind the scenes they might be like other, so like, for example, Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE, all of these countries say like, well, our airspace is not available for any attack against the Islamic Republic, but we don't know. Maybe they're saying like, wink, wink, at the last moment, if the Islamic Republic is truly falling, maybe they behind closed doors, they're telling them that you go ahead and use them. We don't know. But what we know publicly is that Jordan is the only country where they're allowing their airspace to be used as an offensive strikes against the Islamic Republic, right? So thank you, Jordan. I mean, it's not a real country. Okay. But thank you for being a proper. No, never mind. I shouldn't say that. That's okay. But anyways, so Jordan is basically being allowing Americans to use their airspace if needed to attack the Islamic Republic. So these stealth jets are basically intended to be the first wave of an attack to destroy the radar and air defense systems, clearing the way for non-stealth aircraft. By the way, guys, I just saw. If you let me know if you want me to dig in the information of this, a new plane that has never been used before by United States is being added, is being used now. They're bringing that with them as well. If you want me to go find the information and the name of that as well. And this plane seems to be the most dangerous and scary of them all. And it doesn't shoot a single missile. It doesn't shoot a single missile. It just comes, and then wherever it arrives, all of your radar stops working, all of your communication stops working. I don't know the list of things that stops working, but this is a new plane that the United States has, and we just got reports that it's being added to the force that they have around Iran, and it just arrives and just nothing works. The enemies, none of it works. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the name is, but I saw it on the news. If you want, I could dig in the information. It's really scary, and it doesn't shoot a single missile. When it shows up, you just basically are just like a sitting duck waiting for everybody else to take you out. It's very interesting, and it's new, and it hasn't been used in war before. And I could dig more information about it if you guys want that, right? Yeah, I don't know if it's EMP or not, but I'll bring more information next time, right? So the F-35s, by the way, that they're bringing also act as airborne command posts, gathering sensor data to share with other forces. All right, so this is another new update that we have, which is very interesting, is in Isfahan nuclear site activity. So guys, remember they're having these discussions regarding maybe enriching uranium to zero. Like, not really, they're not going to ever agree to that. But while they're having these discussions, there is actually activity underground in Iran. So there is a tunnel sealing. So satellite images show the Islamic Republic is blocking and pouring concrete at the entrance of the Isfahan nuclear complex tunnels, which, by the way, guys, this is another sign that the Islamic Republic thinks maybe an attack is imminent, because, or else why would they be doing this? By the way, good luck with that. I'm pretty sure pouring concrete is not going to stop bunker busters, but that activity is now being observed by satellite images. This fortification, basically burying the entrances and the earthworks, suggests that the Islamic Republic is worried not just about airstrikes, but about a potential ground operation or commandos trying to enter. This is, by the way, guys, this is very interesting. You know how we have been speaking a lot about there's not going to be any boots on the ground? There might actually be some boots on the ground. Like, don't be surprised if that happens. Not for an invasion, but for basically capturing and securing or destroying the enrichment sites. So if the war starts, you might see some limited ground operation by Americans just around the nuclear facilities. So that might happen. If it happens, don't be like, what the hell? Yeah. All right. So the work is visible at the central, northern, and southern tunnel entrances. This activity is very recent, within the last 2 days of the report. Okay. So the Islamic Republic wants to signal that even if facilities were damaged, like in the 12-day war, they can rebuild and restore their nuclear leverage, which is actually good. Thank you for making that very clear, the Islamic Republic. We actually appreciate you doing that, because you're basically showing to the whole world that the only way to stop you from going completely nuclear is regime change. Like, this is why we love the hardliners and we hate the reformers, okay? Because the hardliners are cuckoo. The hardliners keep giving us the messaging that we need the rest of the world to hear for them to get on board with regime change. The hardliners make it very clear to the rest of the world that there is no way that you're going to stop us from enriching uranium. I mean, the reformers would be able to get the Islamic Republic to last a lot longer because they know what to tell the world. The hardliners keep telling like, oh, there is no way we're going to stop. Like, yeah, please keep saying that to the rest of the world. That's what we need them to hear. This is why we love the hardliners, because they help us get to the regime change faster, right? Let me see. Okay, so Turkey is coming out with a lot of BS again. So Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, I don't know if I pronounced it right, warned that actually, this is a good message, that if the Islamic Republic obtains a nuclear weapon, Turkey might be forced to enter a nuclear arms race. Oh, actually, guys, I changed my mind. This is finally Turkey said something that I support the rest of the world hearing. Guys, this is why you need to do regime change in Iran, because if the Islamic Republic gets nuclear, everybody's getting nuclear, including Turkey, including Saudi Arabia, right? So stopping the Islamic Republic from going nuclear is basically stopping everybody else from getting nuclear. Turkey just confirmed it. This is finally some proper messaging coming out from Turkey. So guys, remember, is the Turkey even now is confirming that if the Islamic Republic goes nuclear, we're going to go nuclear. So we're going to have a nuclear Turkey and a nuclear Saudi Arabia as well. This is why it's really important that we do regime change in Iran. He stated that preventing a nuclear Iran should be a global priority. Wow, okay. I wasn't expecting this to be something that, yeah, guys, we should be echoing this. Fidan warned the US and Israel that a military attack would not lead. Oh, okay, so this is where it starts turning into BS. So he also warned the US and Israel that a military attack would not lead to regime change, calling it a pipe dream, but would instead cause massive regional chaos. So this is a contradictory message here. So you're saying that if the Islamic Republic goes nuclear, we will be nuclear. Then what is the solution? Like the only way, guys, there is no way that you could negotiate the Islamic Republic out of going nuclear. You could only delay it, but you can never stop this. If the Islamic Republic regime does not change, if the regime in Iran does not change to something that is not the Islamic Republic, to anything other than Pahlavi, then the Islamic Republic will be nuclear. There's no negotiation and no limited attack that will ever completely stop the Islamic Republic from going nuclear. So this guy is saying like, oh, an attack will not make them do a regime change. It's a pipe dream. Then what do you recommend? Allowing the entire Middle East to go nuclear? So a limited military attack wouldn't change it. I would agree with that, but you need something that completely removes all the obstacles from in front of the Iranian people, and you don't need Israelis and Americans to do regime change. You just need to remove the obstacle in the way of the Iranian people, and the Iranian people will take care of the rest. It's the Iranian people who would do regime change, not the United States and not Israel. So Turkey, despite being a neighbor and sometimes partner, Turkey is prioritizing its own security and warning the Islamic Republic that its nuclear leverage could backfire. Okay, sure. Keep talking to the Islamic Republic. I'm sure that has worked out well for everybody in the past 47 years. Yeah, keep trying to convince them to behave better. Yeah, how did that work out for you? By the way, guys, remember that Saddam almost became nuclear. Israel stopped it, not with negotiations, but with military attack. Syria became nuclear, almost became nuclear. Israel stopped it, not with negotiations, but with military attack. North Korea, people tried to stop it from going nuclear, not with military attacks, but with negotiations. And now North Korea is nuclear. I mean, when are people in the world going to learn their lesson? Military attacks stopped Iraq from being nuclear. It worked. Military attacks stopped Syria from being nuclear. Negotiations didn't stop North Korea from going nuclear. So the lesson is, if you want to stop the Islamic Republic from going nuclear, the military option is the right option. So the problem with North Korea is that it wasn't Israel's business. And that's why Israel didn't do a military attack over there, right? Let me see. Oh, there's some good news from China. Chinese purchases of the Iranian oil have dropped significantly, falling to just over $1 million per day in January. Guys, this is such a good news because the Islamic Republic is going bankrupt. Their access to US dollars is dropping like a rock. And this is why buying time does not work in these rounds of negotiation for the Islamic Republic anymore. Buying time is actually working for America. This is probably why Trump was speaking with the Chinese just earlier, right? It was probably about this. Remember, guys, the whole reason why the early January protest started, the spark that started, that was, it's not the reason, but the spark was the drop in the real price, like the currency of Iran. It dropped significantly. The reason why it dropped, it was because the Islamic Republic was allowing it to trade freely, like unlike usual, so that it could get the half governmental, half private companies inside Iran to buy the real, so that the government could actually get some dollars, which shows that the government is really running out of USD fast. And now that India is not buying their oil, and also China is buying their oil, so India is now going to be buying their oil from Venezuela instead of the Islamic Republic, and China is now reducing the amount of oil that they're buying. This is going to really limit the Islamic Republic's ability to pay people, to suppress the Iranian people, but more importantly for the war, is going to limit their ability to buy weapons and fight against the United States and Israel. So this is why you might be seeing a delay in the attack, because the United States is basically suffocating the Islamic Republic before they are attacking. Okay, so the US is enforcing sanctions and diplomatically pressuring China to stop buying oil from the Islamic Republic. The Islamic Republic has limited a tanker fleet, approximately 70 to 80 large tankers. Unsold oil right now is sitting in ships on the ocean. Nobody is buying them. It acts like a floating storage. It's not going to any ports. It's not unloading it and selling it. But this is costing the Islamic Republic roughly $140 to $150 million per month. Just in fees alone. Oh my God. Fees for basically delaying the ships. Oh, but that's crazy. So there's also financial freeze. Revenue is dropping while costs like shipping fees are rising, making the economic situation unsustainable. Guys, like, honestly, like, I'd really want United States and Israel to attack, but honestly, if this continues, the Islamic Republic might fall before America gets to even shoot a missile. Right? Like, the way things are going when it comes to the economic suffocation of the Islamic Republic, we might see, like, I'm half joking, by the way, we might see a fall of Islamic Republic before we get the chance to see the mullahs going boom boom, right? I don't will say that, but so this is actually very interesting, the way they really are closing all breathing ability for the Islamic Republic. It's being done very masterfully. It's really interesting to watch, right? And by the way, remember that the Iranian people support this. Unlike what people like Kyle Kalinsky or Wash or Hassanabi might tell you, the Iranian people want the economic suffocation of the Islamic Republic, right? Yeah, so I think that's families of detainees in Shiraz are being forced to pay massive bail amounts into municipality accounts, not just the judiciary. So they're asking them to pay 100 million tumens. So families of the people who have been arrested, by the way, guys, we have to really remember not just the people who have been killed. There are so many. Last time I saw, it was reported that 50,000 Iranians are being held, have been detained, and a lot of them are just being executed behind closed doors. And now I'm seeing reports that the families are being charged a lot of money. 100 million 2 months for those arrested before December 18th, and 300 million 2 months for those arrested after. So this is described as a hostage taking. So guys, this is why they might have stopped, but why they might not kill all the prisoners, because the financial suffocation of the Islamic Republic by the United States is actually saving prisoners' lives. You know why? To some extent, because the Islamic Republic is so out of money that they're now basically doing a hostage negotiation with the family of the prisoners, asking them to pay a lot of money to release the prisoners. This is how much in need of cash the Islamic Republic is right now. It's using the people who they arrested in the protests as a way to make money from their families. Intermediaries take money just to find the prisoners, then demand more for bail. So some people have turned this into a market of their own. So some people are now like, oh, this is a good money making opportunity. They try to find your family member in prison, and then they charge you even more to help you release that person. It's crazy, by the way. This is actually insane. By the way, guys, so Bisto Doi Bahman is so we have two things that we need to talk about regarding rallies. First of all, the most important rally we need to we need to be talking about is the one happening on February February 14th, all around the world. So you guys know about this one on Saturday. The main cities are Munich, Toronto, and LA, but it's happening in cities near you as well. If you can, try to make it to these cities, but if you can't, there are also protests nearby. But the Islamic Republic is now trying to, so this is for everybody outside of Iran, but there's also a rally, a competition rally inside Iran by the Islamic Republic in the anniversary of the victory of the Islamic 1979 Islamic Revolution in the 22nd of the month Bahman from the Persian calendar, which is tomorrow, right? So I just came from our Persian show, and I mentioned on the Persian show, I recommended to Iranians not to even show up, not to even go outside, right? So I told them today is the 21st of Bahman. Recommended everybody. So it's obvious that they shouldn't be attending the rally, because the rally, the Khamenei is desperately trying to advertise the rally to show that the Islamic Republic is still popular, to show that the Islamic Republic is still in charge. And they're going to try to create a big crowd by forcing people to show, by going into elementary school, high school, universities, and forcing the students to show up, by making all government employees and making it mandatory for them to show up. They're going to be giving free food to people. There's going to basically empty all the mosques. So it's very, very important for Khamenei to show that tomorrow's rally inside Iran in support of the Islamic Republic, a big crowd is showing up. They're desperate to show that, because their entire legitimacy and authority has been challenged, not just among the Iranian people who oppose the regime, but their authority and legitimacy has now been challenged after the early January revolution that we had, the protests that we had in early January in Iran, and the massacre that happened. Their legitimacy is now being challenged even among their own people. So this is why they need to show that many people support them. So they're really desperate to have a big rally tomorrow. This is why, again, let me finish that thought that I was just having. On the Persian show, I was telling people to make sure that everything they need to do outside, they do it today, because not only they shouldn't be attending the rally, they shouldn't even go outside, because they shouldn't be contributing to making the streets look busy, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure, I almost think that maybe the Islamic Republic is going to be somewhat successful to make a big rally, not because people want to go, but because this is such a big deal for them. This is basically a existential threat. If this rally people don't show up, it could be the beginning of the end for them, because then everybody would see that, like, the people who are supporters will show up, and they will see that not that many people did show up if the crowds are not that big, and even they're going to be convinced that, okay, this is a sinking ship because there's not that many of us. So this is a big deal, like, for the survival of the Islamic Republic, for this rally to be big. And because how important it is, I do think that they might actually be able to pull it off, because they will do everything in their power. In fact, I think they might even tell the prisoners to show up in the rally if they want to go free. I think that if you tomorrow, this might also happen, that the rally is going to be filled with also the prisoners that they captured from the protests, saying this is a condition for your
Not just the prisoners, Armin, also the families. Apparently, there's rumors going around that the regime is threatening families of protesters who have been detained by saying, you must come out, otherwise we're going to execute the people we've detained.
Wow.
So, yeah. Apparently,
Okay.
they're going around and threatening family members.
That is crazy.
To try and force people to come out.
Okay. Well, that's all I had. But that is crazy. So I didn't know that. I guess that they would do something like this. And thank you for the confirmation. And actually, the confirmation was even higher. It's more disgusting than what I came up with. Okay, that's sick. Disgusting.
I've had a few people message me. Okay, so I have a few things I want to talk about. Because you sort of mentioned the rally, guys. So I have the list of the rallies, all the flyers for all the cities. It's on the website Iran Rally. tinyurl.com/Iran Rally. The link is in the video description for both myself and Armin. But I will go over the list when Armin goes into the group discussion. There's also, Armin, I wanted to very, very briefly, because we've been meaning to do this and we haven't had time to do this yet. Could you go over that video where the Islamic regime is trying to appropriate the lion and sun? You're on mute, by the way.
I was like, yes, let's do that.
Okay. No, I figured that's what it was, but
yeah. Okay,
we've been meaning to talk about that, and guys, this is really, really important because this will also give you insight. This will give you insight into why we're not saying woman, life, freedom anymore, right? Because the regime and the lefties and the communists keep on trying to appropriate our symbols in order to dilute the message and confuse non-Iranians. So now they're trying to say the lion and sun belongs to Islam. Yeah. By the way, the guy who's talking, he's not even Iranian. He's Iraqi. Okay, so he's like an Iraqi. He is an Iraqi Arab Muslim, and he's trying to claim that the Iranian lion and sun belongs to Islam.
Goldie, if we keep going by this rate, at some point they're going to come out and say that, oh, Pahlavi is the most Islamic thing ever. I don't know what they're going to say. Princess of Pahlavi is the 15th Imam.
No, he's Imam Zaman. He's Imam Mahdi. There you go.
Oh yeah, he's the Mahdi. We were actually we were always waiting for Pahlavi to come back to Iran because he's our Mahdi. Oh my God, you're right.
That's what they would say.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, and guys, keep in mind, and we'll go over this after. Like, we'll share this as well. We literally have stone carvings of the lion and sun on Persepolis, on ancient Persian ruins, right? So the lion and sun symbol predates Islam by thousands of years. So just want to put that out there. All right, go ahead.
All right, so let me just do this. Okay, this is really good. So let me actually translate the caption before I play the video. So this is Ali Akbar Salahi, which was born in Karbala. Karbala is in Iraq, and he says that it's his honor. He's like it's honor that he's born in Karbala, right? So not even Iranian. So this was just like recently. This was like, I think 2 days ago, saying the lion and sun belongs to the Islamic Republic, but others use it. So let's actually listen to him. I'll translate this.
There's no audio.
Oh, sorry. Let's go back.
Could we play it once just without translation, and then we go back and you translate? Thank you.
Let's do that. The good thing about this is that it has the evidence at the end why this is all BS as well.
من 7-8 ماه سعی کردم وقتی که رفتم ایران شناسی دیدم این آرم ایران شناسی خیلی مناسب نیست. گفتم یه آرم مناسبی، رفتم سراغ شیر و خورشید. پرسیدم آقا این شیر و خورشید بالاخره مال ماست یا نه؟ گفتم بله هنوز جمهوری اسلامی مالکیت این آرم را دارد چون که دیگران اومدن در صحنه بین‌المللی این شیر و خورشید رو بردارن ایران گفته نه خیر این هنوز هست خب ما گفتیم برید بنویسید سوابقش رو در بیاریم اینا بعدم دیدیم فلسفه شیر و خورشید از حضرت علی و خدا و دین و فلان و همه اینا خب ما یه شیر و خورشید دادیم حالا دارن دیگران استفاده میکنن از که مال ماست
ایران نباید بیرق شاهی باشد آرمهای ایران نباید آرمهای شاهی باشد باید آرمهای اسلامی باشد از همه وزارتخانه ها از همه ادارات باید اون شیر و خورشید منحوس قطع بشد علم اسلام باید باشد.
Okay, well, okay, now let's translate it. And that was pretty telling, by the way. By the way, Goldie, we have some breaking news. From Sohail and Nilbani just sent me some breaking news that Iranian people at the anniversary of the right now, like after this, I will play some.
I already have the videos ready to go. I've had the videos ready for a while.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I have them downloaded as well. So
Okay, but I have them here because I'm going to translate them because I don't want you to use really bad swear words. So we'll go through the ones that I have already.
Goldie, when did I use bad swear words? I'm very careful.
I'm teasing you. But that was my breaking news. I got the videos prepared from
Okay. Sorry.
20, 30
I'll
minutes.
take that back. I don't even know what I don't even know what you're talking about.
No, that's okay. That's okay. No, I appreciate Neil Bunny and Sohail sending them too. But yeah, I've had those videos prepared and ready to go.
Okay, I'm gonna be surprised when you show me. All right, so let's watch this.
من 7-8 ماه سعی کردم وقتی که رفتم ایران شناسی دیدم این آرم ایران شناسی خیلی مناسب نیست. گفتم یه آرم مناسبی.
So he's basically saying that I have been in the past 7 and 8 years I've been trying to do something. When I went to do Iran studies, I saw that the sign for Iran studies was not a proper was the logo for Iran studies was not a proper logo.
رفتم سراغ شیر و خورشید.
So I went and picked the lion and sun.
آقا این شیر و خورشید بالاخره مال ماست یا نه؟
So basically, I asked whether the lion and sun belongs to us or not at the end.
گفتم بله هنوز جمهوری اسلامی مالکیت این آرم را دارد.
So I said yes, the Islamic Republic still owns the lion and sun logo, like symbol.
And he's not even, guys, remember, he's not even Iranian. He's Iraqi. He's from Iraq. Like some Iraqi Muslim terrorist who's occupying our country has the audacity to tell us that the lion and sun belongs to Islam.
Right. And Arakshi is, by the way, sitting here. And look at the way, like, he's smirking. He's like, I think in his head, he's thinking, like, what BS?
He's also Inam Aragiya. Like, his last name, Arakchi. Literally, he's from Iraq. All a bunch of, like, foreign colonizers and occupiers.
Oh, we got a super chat for my swear jar.
Oh.
Look at this. So that means I can swear.
No.
Oh, no? Okay. Okay. All right, let's continue. So we said, like, I went and checked and it still belongs to us. Oh, wait. And then?
دیگران اومدن در صحنه بین‌المللی این شیر و خورشید رو بردارن ایران گفته نه خیر این هنوز هست.
So basically, other people are now coming out and they're using the lion and sun, but this is basically the lion and sun still belongs to the Islamic Republic.
So wait, can you pause for a second? I just want to explain. So the reason that he's saying, other people are coming out and using this, but the lion and sun belongs to the Islamic Republic is because the Shah of Iran, King Reza Pahlavi, he's named our revolution the Lion and Sun Revolution. Okay, so he's named the revolution the Lion and Sun Revolution. And he said to everyone, we're all united under the lion and sun flag. So that's why this, Iraqi terrorist is saying this, right? He's saying, oh, others are trying to take away the lion and sun, but it still belongs to us. Why? Because they're trying to make it seem as if anyone who holds the lion and sun flag supports the Islamic regime. But it's not going to work. Like the lion and sun is a red line.
That is a very good point, Goldie, because not only before the prince didn't name this revolution as the lion and sun flag. Not only before this, they have never done that, but for 47 years, you would be executed for even carrying a flag, a lion and sun flag inside Iran would get you execution. For 46, actually. In
Well,
the past
Armin,
year,
they were murdering, like they've murdered over 90,000 Iranians because they were waving the lion and sun flag and chanting Javid Shah, right? So even like they literally like they're still executing Iranians who were holding the lion and sun flag, waving the lion and sun flag, right?
So
And now they're
yeah,
claiming
so
that it
guys,
belongs to them.
for more than 40 years, if for example, when I was in Iran, if I ever somehow managed to find a lion and sun symbol and showed it everywhere, I would be immediately arrested and potentially executed, right? And now they're like, oh, but this is ours, this is Islamic. Like, then why
Someone,
did
guys,
you...
sorry, someone said in the chat the sword is Islamic. The sword is not Islamic. That's also a lie. The sword is a shamshir. It's a Iranian sword. It's the shamshir. So don't buy into that nonsense as well. I'll pull it up while Armin translate the rest. But the sword
Yeah.
is not Islamic either. That's not like a Muslim sword. Again, the Muslims are trying to appropriate everything about the lion and sun. So now they're saying the sword is Islamic. It's the sword of like Ali or whatever. It's not. It's an Iranian sword, and it's called the shamshir. And shamshir is actually a word that is older than when Islam was invented. So please don't say that it's like an Islamic sword. It's not.
Goldie, don't you know that there were no swords before Islam?
Yeah.
All right, let's continue.
شو در بیاریم اینا. بعدم دیدیم فلسفه شیر و خورشید از حضرت علی و خدا و دین و
Oh, like you think the philosophy of the lion and sun comes from Ali, like the first Imam of Shia Muslims, and religion and God.
خدا و دین و فلان همه اینا. خب ما این شیر و خورشیدی دادیم. حالا دارن دیگران استفاده میکنن.
Like, so now we gave up this lion and sun symbol, and now other people are using it.
دست که مال ماست.
Okay, so now that was a lot of BS, but now let's look at the real evidence. This is your supreme leader. This is what you all believe in. This is the guy that you worship more than God himself. This is the founder of the Islamic Republic, Khomeini. And now let's listen to what he has to say. Okay, this is where they got all of their ideology, philosophy, the Islamic, the Velayat Faqih version of 12-verse Shia Islam. All of everything they believe in comes from this man. So let's listen to what he has to say. So this is in basically 1979, basically right at the beginning of the revolution, right? Actually, yeah. Okay. Well, let me go back here. Let's listen to this. Huh? What is he saying? Let me listen.
دیگران استفاده میکنن دست که مال ماست.
ایران نباید غیر شاهی باشد. آرمهای ایران نباید آرمهای شاهی باشد.
So he's saying the symbols in Iran shouldn't be monarchist symbols. And he's saying it should be only Islamic symbols.
باید آرمهای اسلامی باشد.
Yes.
از همه وزارتخانه‌ها، از همه ادارات.
So from all the offices, from everywhere,
از همه وزارتخانه‌ها،
from all the ministry buildings and from all the offices,
از همه ادارات باید اون شیر و خورشید منحوس قطع بشه.
So you have to remove the disgusting lion and sun has to be removed from all offices, from all government buildings. So he's calling the lion and sun disgusting. Only Islamic symbols should be there. So basically, this man was saying that lion and sun are symbolic, but the leader of your revolution, the founder of the Islamic Republic, saying no symbols should be monarchist, all symbols should be Islamic. And then after that, he confirms that the lion and sun, he's saying the disgusting lion and sun symbol should be removed from everywhere, and it should only be Islamic. Basically saying, him confirming that in his view that the lion and sun has nothing to do with Islam and it's a monarchist symbol, which basically contradicts this man who's supposed to be a follower of his. So that was the evidence. And Goldie, do you want to show your swords?
Sure.
What is it?
So these are the various types of swords. Okay, so this is the Iranian shamshir. Okay, and in fact, even the word shamshir is related to the lion. Okay, so the word shamshir is a type of Iranian sword with a radical curve. The name is derived from the Persian word shamshir, which is made of two words, sham, which means fang, and shir, which means lion. Okay, so even our sword, right? Even the Persian sword, okay, is named after the lion and refers to the lion. So shamshir, okay? This is very different from like the Arabic sword. Okay? And now if you compare, you see that is the shamshir, okay? Which is an Iranian sword, and that's what the handle looks like, okay? That's what the handle looks like. Whereas the Arabic Muslim curved sword, whatever, it's got more of like a handle on it, right? So let me pull that up again here. So you can see, right? Like, so this is the shamshir, but like the Arab sword is, more like that or something. I don't know. Like it's got
Can I
like a
actually
handle on it.
do
Yeah.
something? Why? So there are many Arabic things that look Persian, and that's why a lot of people, foreigners, get confused. And the reason is, after the Arab invasion of Iran, they basically took a lot of Persian things and they stole it, and basically they made it part of their own, right?
Yeah.
So, for
Cultural
example,
appropriation.
yeah, cultural appropriation. So the curved swords, a lot of people associate that with Arabs, but it was that existed way before the Islam and Arabs among Persians. But because, and it's not just the sword, it's also the architecture. So the mosque architecture, like the dome and the minarets, that's actually Persian architecture. The Abbasids basically copied a lot of, basically they took a lot of Persian culture. So the Persians are very experts at creating domes and big curved buildings. They were an expert at that. And that architecture is pre-Islamic. But then it was taken by Muslims. So that's why now it's associated with mosques and Islamic buildings. But it was Persian before it was Islamic. They also took a lot of their political methodology to try to govern their empire from like the Abbasid dynasty, for example, used the Persian model to be able to do politics. So a lot of the things that they do was pre-Islamic and Persian.
So with the curved domes, those were actually used for Zoroastrian temples initially. Yes. And the curved dome is also, you can see that type of architecture, not just for mosques, but all Iranian architecture. So whether it's a palace or whether it's, like a bazaar or a marketplace. So all of our, like that's a staple of Persian, Iranian architecture. And that's why when you look at, like mosques in like Arabic countries, you don't really see that type of architecture there, because it's not an Arabic thing, it's Iranian. And then after the Arabs conquered, they exported, right? Like they basically took that and then they used it to build elsewhere. But you never find that kind of architecture before the invention of Islam, because they basically stole the culture and stole, everything about it, cultural appropriation. I mean, remember, these people used to live in tents, right? They literally lived in tents before invading and, being all savage. So there you go. So guys, it's not the Arabic sword. There's nothing Muslim about the lion's sword. It's the Persian sword, shamshir, which translates to fang of the lion. Okay. So this is 100% authentic. So just want to add that as well. And so going back to going back to the video that Armin translated, right? This is just another attempt for these, like Muslim colonizers to try and erase our Iranian identity.
Right. Somebody in the chat mentioned that the Dome of the Rock is Persian. The Dome of the Rock is actually a mix of Persian and Roman. So the architecture of Dome of the Rock, the base is Roman, but the dome part, the top part is Persian architecture. So the top part is Persian architecture and the bottom part is Roman architecture.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to share some videos. Breaking news.
What is it, Goldie? Oh. Oh, sorry. No, I ruined it, guys. I ruined it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh no.
It's okay. You'll appreciate this one. But you can't translate it. I'll translate it.
Okay. I didn't actually watch any of the videos, by the way.
I know.
So.
The other ones you can translate. This one I have to translate. So
yes, of course.
The caption here that I have is a colorful response by an Iranian in occupied Iran to an Islamic regime supporter who yells Allahu Akbar. We won't forget that these Muslim Nazis murdered over 30,000 innocent unarmed Iranians in the name of Allah and Islam. The revolution continues. And guys, as Armin was mentioning, this is the eve of the anniversary of the Islamic regime occupying Iran, right? So regime supporters are out, they're like yelling Allahu Akbar and whatever. And Iranians are having none of it. So Iranians are responding, right? And this is another way that Iranians are basically telling the world, like, we don't want these people. They're not legitimate. We don't care about their jihadi, revolution celebrations. So here we go. Let me just play it once for our Iranian listeners, and then I'll go back and I will translate this.
زهر ما رو الله اکبر گوساله روانی خفه شو بابا 30,000 نفر رو کشتن ریدن به الله تو اون رهبر چلاقت خارکسته روانی بیا برو بابا کیرم تو ناموسه
If you guys want the explicit translation, go to Armin's discussion group and he'll translate it for you there. So there you go.
Can you send it to me? Send it to me.
Sure. Let me send it to
you. Oh my God.
See, I'm guys, I'm encouraging people to go to Armin's discussion group, right?
Oh, go there
so that you can get the full translation. But I will give you the gist. I will give you the gist of what's happening here. So again, so this is a brand new video, guys. So these are videos coming out tonight, okay? So someone says Allahu Akbar, right? So an Islamic regime supporter says Allahu Akbar. And then this guy's filming. So he responds with
زهر ما رو الله اکبر.
So Zahremor means snake venom. But I don't know, what would be how would you translate that to English? Cause yeah, okay. So that makes I see stuff.
Allahu Akbar my ASS.
Okay,
Allahu Akbar my
Yeah, there you go. So when the guy says Allahu Akbar, this guy's Allahu Akbar, my ASS.
My ASS.
گوساله روانی
And then he says Gusale Ravani is crazy cow. He's like, you crazy cow.
شو بابا 30,000 نفر رو کشتن.
Then he says, shut your mouth. You guys have murdered over 30,000 Iranians.
ریدن به الله تو اون رهبر چلاقت.
Then he says, I poop on your Allah and I poop on your disabled leader. He's referring to Khamenei.
خارکسته روانی.
Crazy person. There you go. So that's basically, Iranians, guys, we're all Allahu Akbar out. We're all Allahu Akbar out. So,
and Goldie, this is another based on what he said, this is a confirmation that they see the mass slaughter of tens of thousands of Iranians to be because of Islam. Like when he says, like, shut up at the Allahu Akbar, they killed 30,000 of us. He means that basically in this mind, the mind of this person in Iran, just like many other people, Allahu Akbar represents the ideology that killed them. So they don't blame just the Islamic Republic, they're blaming Islam.
yeah. So that's why the guy's just like, take your Allahu Akbar and shove it where the sun don't shine. And people are angry, right? Like he says in the thing, he's like, like you guys are crazy. Like you've murdered over 30,000 innocent Iranians and now you're out in the streets yelling Allahu Akbar, like shove it, right? So guys, when we tell you that, like, it's not just the Islamic regime that's done in Iran, like just Islam. Like people are sick and tired of Islam and jihad. So there you go. All right, so here's a video. I haven't watched this one. Residents of Tehran and several other cities chanted slogans against the Islamic Republic and its supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, from their homes on the night of the anniversary of the 1979 revolution. So guys, what's happening here is the Islamic regime is, putting out fireworks, right? So it's basically like a firework display, right? To celebrate their jihad, the February 11th, right? So the night before they're putting out their firework jihadi display. And then while that's going on, people in the balconies, the first thing they chanted is Marg bar Khamenei qatil, which means death to the murderous Khamenei. So they're saying Marg bar Khamenei. So now the guy just said, this is the fireworks performance of the Islamic regime on the eve of the Islamic anniversary. So this is literally tonight, just like a few hours ago. And then the woman next to him says Marg bar Khamenei, which means death to Khamenei. Marg bar Khamenei. Marg bar Khamenei, death to Khamenei. So the guy said the entire neighborhood in this part of Tehran is chanting slogans against Khamenei and against the Islamic regime.
Javicha, Javicha, Javicha.
So this is another place. This person, of course, yelled Javid Shah, long live the king. And then someone responded, death to Khamenei. And again, guys, this is breaking news. This is from tonight, literally a few hours ago. Okay, so this is like breaking footage. So guys, again, this shows to you the revolution is still on. It's still happening, and people are more determined than ever to overthrow the regime and return the king. Right? Like, look at this. Let's listen to this again. So he said, Marg bar Jomhuri Islami. So death to the dirty Islamic Republic.
Filth.
Filthy.
همه بچه ها رو کشتن به مناسبت 22 بهمن ننگینشون. با این همه تعداد کشتاری که داشتن میدون شهریار رو اومدن این شکلی کردن.
So this woman is in the car and she's saying, they've killed so many of our people, so many young Iranians, they've murdered so many of us. And, now they've come on the eve of their, accursed anniversary of occupying Iran. They've decorated Meidun Shahyad, the Shahyad Square, like this. So that's death to the murderous Khamenei. Long live the king. Death to the dictator. There you go. So that's, guys, breaking news right here on Iran Revolution Live. So there's that one. And then
Goldie, before you move on to the next one, I'm about to leave. So I'm just going to quickly just say, guys, I'm going to go to the discussion group. I'm just going to post the link to our discussion group over there. If you want to come talk to me there about Islam, about the Islamic Republic, about the geopolitics in the Middle East and around the world, I'm going to be there. So come there and talk to me about that and ask your questions.
And I'll provide you the translation as well of that video.
Yes, and the translation, the dirty translation of that video as well. Okay. Thank you, Goldie. All right. See you guys soon. Ahmed Rakhai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran. Bye, guys.
All right, guys. You are stuck with me. Mwahaha. You're stuck with me for the next 2 hours. Mwahaha. So, all right. I will wait for Armin to come back before I share the rest of these videos, because I know he'll probably want to comment on them as well. So what I'm going to do first, guys, is we're going to, first of all, we're going to go over the rally flyers that's happening on Saturday, right? Saturday, February 14, the Global Day of Action. So let me just put on some music here for you guys, and I'll go through all the cities. Okay. There we go. So this is going to be huge, guys, huge. Iranians are already mobilizing. And the plan is for, you know, Iranians to go to these 3 major cities: Toronto, Munich, Los Angeles. My understanding is Vancouver has also been added to the list. Okay. So the idea is, whatever's, you know, if you're not in one of these cities, we're encouraging everyone to try their best to make it there. Okay. Try your best to make it there. Now, if you can't, then of course, you know, organize one in your own city as well. But these are the three to 4 main hubs. So for example, Iranians in Montreal have told me that they're scheduling buses going down to Toronto. Iranians in Windsor, Canada, they're also scheduling buses to come to Toronto as well. So, you know, like it's, and the reason we're doing this is because we want to show, you know, strength in numbers, right? So, you know, 150,000 Iranians, Iranians and supporters last week in Toronto. This is going to be even bigger. It's going to be much bigger coming up. And again, it's not just for Iranians, it's for everyone who's supporting us. So guys, I definitely encourage all of you to go. Wait, let me put up the information here. Okay, there we go. I definitely encourage you guys to go and join. The link is in my YouTube channel description. So if you go to my YouTube channel description, you'll see the link. I can pin the link up to the top of the chat as well. Give me one moment. Okay. I can't pin it to Armin's chat, but I'll pin it to mine. Yeah, where'd my chat go? Wait, I need to restart this. Sorry, guys. Okay, there we go. I see it. Pin. All right, so I pinned the URL to the top of my YouTube live stream. But guys, the URL is very, very easy. Here, it's scrolling down below, but I'll put it up here as well. So literally just go to tinyurl.com/Iran Rally, and you'll be able to see all of the rallies. Okay, so the three main ones, Toronto, Munich, Los Angeles. So February 14, join us, guys. Join us on February 14. Be our Valentine. You don't need to bring an Iran flag if you don't have one. You can come with, the flag of whatever country you're in, or, the flag of America or Israel, or no flag at all. No flag at all. Just come join us. And guys, remember, the code word is Javid Shah. As long as you yell Javid Shah, you'll be great. So for Los Angeles, so this is the info for Los Angeles. It's Saturday, February 14, 200 North Spring Street, City Hall, starting at 1 p.m. And this is another poster which is easier to read. So Los Angeles City Hall, Saturday, February 14, Global Day of Action from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Join us from across America. So Americans are trying their best to go there. Then you have Munich. Munich is going to be the biggest one because people, it's also a little bit easier to travel within Europe, and Europe's, smaller as well geographically. So Munich is going to be huge. That's again, February 14, starting at 1 p.m. And it's at Theresienwiese 80336, München. Then we have Toronto. Toronto is also going to be huge. Toronto is at Yonge and Steeles Avenue at 1 p.m. I'm going to be there, so who knows? Maybe you'll run into me. Who knows? But I'm going to be attending the one in Toronto. I'm going to see if I can try to live stream from there a little bit, but who knows? So on the 14th, it'll be Armin mostly running the show because I'm going to be in Toronto at the rally. There's also one happening in Vancouver. I don't have a poster for it yet, but apparently the one in Vancouver is going to be held in Pool Plaza, Winter Olympic 2010 Torch Place, as it was used for the January 25 gathering. So I'm waiting for Vancouver to send me a poster, but so a fourth main rally. So there's 4 main rallies. Toronto, Vancouver, London, and Munich. So now Frankfurt, there is a rally happening on Frankfurt on Wednesday. So that would be tomorrow, Wednesday from 5 to 7 p.m. So if you want to, join, if you're in Germany, please go there. Okay. So now here are all of the posters for all of the other demonstrations that are happening on February 14 for people who aren't able to travel or make it to one of the 4 main locations. So again, if you are able to make it to one of the main hubs, please go to one of the main hubs, right? And that's why you'll see on the Google Drive here, I've sorted it so that the main rallies are at the top, okay? So main rally LA, main rally Munich, Toronto, and then Vancouver. Only if you can't make it to those main rallies, then of course, please, join us at a different one. And then this is the most recent update that I have for all the cities. So I'm just going to go through them really quickly. So the first one is Lisbon, Portugal. And again, guys, all of these are February 14, okay? All of these are February 14. Oh, you're going to your first rally in Sydney? I love that. Tell them I said hi. Tell them I said hi, and just, go there. They probably won't know who I am. That's fine. But just go there and just say Javid Shah, and you'll be welcomed with open arms. Oh, you're going to be in Munich? I love that. I love that, guys. This is fantastic. Yes, go to the guys. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be a blast. You guys want to be there. It's going to be historic. So you can be part of history in the making. All right. Okay. So this is Lisbon, Portugal. Oh, this is February 14. They're having, February 14. They're also having a demonstration from 2 to 4 p.m. Sorry, February 11. This is tomorrow. So there's 2 posters before we got to the main ones. February 11. This is Frankfurt, and this is Portugal, Lisbon. And as you can tell, guys, I've busted out like my lawyer OCD skills. So here you can see I even have the date. Okay, so that there's no confusion. The date for each rally, like it starts with the actual date. So this is February 11. Okay. All right, now let's get to the main ones. So this is Adelaide, Australia. I wish that they had, had more English, but that's okay. So Adelaide, Australia, Saturday, February 14. It's right there. Okay, so Adelaide, Australia, And then Athens, Greece is having one Saturday, February 14 at 12 noon. Then there is Atlanta, Georgia, Centennial Park, Global Day of Action. There you go. So Saturday, February 14, that's at 1:30. Then there is, this is Auckland, New Zealand. So this is a combined poster for 7 different locations. But what I've done is I've also just separated it. So anyone who just wants to check Auckland, at least this way, instead of combined and you don't know where your city is, I've made it so that each city that we have is listed. Oh, you're going to be in Atlanta? I love that. I'm so happy to hear that. So, okay, so Auckland, New Zealand is having one. And then this is Belfast, Northern Ireland. So Belfast, Northern Ireland is also having a rally. Oops. Let me just make my screen a little bit bigger here. There we go. Okay, so Belfast, Northern Ireland is having one. And then, of course, Boise. I remembered because I mispronounced it yesterday, but then you guys taught me. So Boise, Idaho is having a Global Day of Action, February 14th. So if you're in Idaho, or if you're close to Idaho or close to Boise, you know where to go. You know where to be. Boston, Massachusetts is having one as well, February 14th. Then we have Brisbane. You guys taught me. It's not Brisbane, it's Brisbane. So Brisbane, Australia is also having one on February 14. There's a second poster for the same event. And then this is Calgary, Alberta. Calgary, Alberta is having one as well, February 14, 2 p.m. If you're in Calgary or anywhere close to that, you know where to go. Chicago, Illinois. Chicago is having one as well, February 14. All the details are there, 1 p.m. Christchurch, New Zealand. Global Day of Action at the Bridge of Remembrance City Center, Saturday, February 14. Dallas. I wish that there was more English here, but that's fine because, at the bottom, it says location 3333 Turtle Creek Boulevard, Dallas, Texas, time 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. There's no date though. There's no date, but that's okay because what I've done is anyone who searches up Dallas, Texas, they can see, all right, there you go. The date is February 14th. So I've done that for you guys, so you don't have to worry about it. Because I wish there was an English version. You're going to be going to Dallas? Amazing. There you go. Okay, Edmonton, Canada. Edmonton, Canada is also having one February 14 from 1 to 3 p.m. And as you can see, all the Iranians in the chat are encouraging all of you to join us in this huge fight. Petito was with us yesterday, and Petito said that, the biggest help that non-Iranians can give is to, attend these rallies and be there to support us. Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So Fort Lauderdale is also having one on February 14 from 4 to 6 p.m. And then this is Houston, Texas. Houston, Texas is also having an event on February 14 from 2 to 4 p.m. At Waterwall Park. Then we have Jacksonville, Florida. 500 West Adams Street from 2 to 4 p.m., February 14. Of course, Tampa and Fort Lauderdale are there as well. Lisbon, Portugal. So Lisbon, Portugal is having their event on February 14 from 3 to 6 p.m. Praça Duque de Saldanha. London, UK. Many of you were asking about London, UK. Here's the one for London, UK. Now, most people in London, UK will be making their way to Munich because the king, the leader of the Iranian National Revolution, is encouraging people to go to one of the 4 main hubs. In Europe, that's of course Munich. But for those who aren't able to travel for whatever reason, London is having one as well, Saturday, February 14. In front of the Prime Minister's residence from noon to 4 p.m. with live broadcast of the Shah's speech, followed by a march toward the occupied Iranian embassy. So there's the info for London, UK. Louisville, Kentucky. Kentucky is in the house. So Louisville, Kentucky, also organizing a solidarity rally Saturday, February 14 from 1 to 3 p.m. Then we have, okay, so this is bus information. So people who are trying to make it to Munich, there's buses that are being arranged from Milan and from Lugano. So if you search for Milan or Lugano, you can find this poster and you'll see it there, right? So what I've done is, let me just go to this one. So for example, Lugano, it says Lugano to Munich bus information, right? So there's no confusion. Then we have Madrid, Spain. So Spain is having one as well, Madrid, February 14. Again, of course, it's all on the 14th from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Then, of course, Melbourne, Australia. There's the one for Melbourne. Victoria Parliament House from 5 to 7 p.m. Mexico City. Mexico City is having one as well on the 14th at 3 p.m. Zocalo CDMX. And this is a message from someone, one of the organizers in Mexico City, who wanted me to share this with you and everyone here. So he says, "Dear Goldie, thank you for your many years of fighting against the Islamic regime and for your unwavering support of the Iranian people. I love what you are doing and find constant inspiration in your work." Thank you so much, Mo. I have been leading protests and anti-regime activities in Mexico since 2019, including efforts for the current revolution. Here in Mexico, we are fighting an embassy that has attempted to threaten our lives, maintains connections with cartels, and has influenced several corrupt senators to work on their behalf. Out of the 3,600 Iranians in this city, we are a small group of only 6 people actively fighting these mullahs, but we will continue to fight until our last breath. This upcoming event marks our 11th rally since the December Revolution. Our rally and performance on February 14 will be located in front of the president's office and the city's main square. You can find the details on the attached poster. Thank you for everything you do. Payande Iran Javicho. So for all of our Mexican amigos, por favor, please attend if you can. All right. Now, this is again the bus information. So from Milan. So if you want to go to Munich and you're close to Milan or Lugano, the bus information is there. This is the actual rally for Milan. So aside from the bus information for people who want to go to Munich, because again, we're encouraging everyone to go to Munich. There are a number of Iranians who are, refugees or permanent residents, and they don't have like an EU passport yet. So it's not possible for them to go to Munich. So those Iranians, they're organizing their own concurrent demonstration in Milan. So that's for people who can't travel. And then Nashville. So Nashville, Tennessee is having one as well. Global. Why does it say Sunday the 8th? Oh, you're right. I don't know. You know what? Maybe he sent me the wrong poster. You know what? He probably sent me the wrong poster. Let me just let me fix this, guys. 08. Okay. So guys, I changed. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for letting me know. So I changed the name of the poster. So now it says wrong poster for Milan, Italy, follow up. So that's just a reminder to me so that I can follow up with that person. Sorry, guys. Sometimes it's hard to keep track when it's not in English, but I appreciate you guys helping me out with that. Okay, so we did Nashville, Tennessee. Yay, Nashville. And then we have Cyprus. Apparently the city is Nicosia. And the demonstration is outside of the presidential palace on February 14 from 3 to 5 p.m. Then we have Orlando, Florida. Again, Saturday, February 14 from 1 to 3 p.m. Norway, Oslo, Norway is also having one. So that's again, February 14. That's at 4:15. And it's at Durban Torget. Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Which email? So it's right there at the bottom. iranrally@gigamari.com. Here. There you go. So you can send posters to, did I type that properly? Yeah, iranrally@gigamari.com. That's where I'm asking everyone to send the rally posters to. Why is there someone named Palestine? Ew, why is there someone named Palestine in my chat? Ew, get out of here. I can't believe this person like subscribed and then they waited 20 minutes just so they could post. Look. All right, I banned them. Whatever. Okay. خیلی پروان. بی‌شرفا. Okay. Gosh, it was so weird. Gosh. All right. So, Prince Edward Island. Oh, you guys are banning them? Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, anyone comes in and wants to do like a Palestine thing, just ban. Ban. All right. So, Prince Edward Island, Charlottetown. I'm loving this. Durud b'sharafetun. I love the fact that you guys are doing this. And, guys, I also just want to mention, I want to mention something. Wait, I feel like the comment that I put up there is blocking the information. So, but guys, if you look at the bottom of the ticker, right, it says send rally posters to iranrally@gigamari.com. So the info is right there. Guys, so Canada's a huge country and traveling is actually pretty expensive. So, it's not like, Prince Edward Island is just, an hour away. No, Prince Edward Island is like several hours away. Like if I was going to drive to PEI, it would take me like 2 days of driving to get to PEI because Canada's huge, right? But I'm super happy that Iranians in PEI are doing this. And guys, if you're in PEI, make sure that you come and join us because we'd love to have you there. Next, we have Perth, Australia. So Perth, Australia, February 14 from 6 to 8 p.m. And then Porto. So 2 cities in Portugal. The first one was Lisbon. And then the second one is Porto. So the Great March of Iranians in Portugal. So Porto, that's apparently the second largest city in Portugal. Then we have so this is San Francisco bus information. So if you're in San Francisco and you want to attend the Los Angeles rally, this is the bus info for you there. And as you can see, again, like I've had San Francisco to LA, California bus info, right? So I made it very clear exactly what this is. So it's San Francisco, also San Jose, literally the exact same poster, exact same information, but I've duplicated it so that people who are searching for their particular city, their specific city, will be able to find it. Okay, next we have Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. So there's one happening in Saskatoon as well. I love this. درود به شرفتون February 14. درود به شرف تک تک همتون. درود به شرف همتون که اینقدر دارین فعالیت میکنین. سپاس از همتون. Okay, so this one is Seattle, Washington State. So this is from 2 to 4 p.m. at Bellevue Park. Guys, so someone from Seattle has to reach out to me. I don't know why there's 2 here. So, sorry. Okay, this is from 2 to 4. I see. Okay, this makes sense. So, you know what? Let me do this then. I'm gonna go to Seattle. I'm gonna rename this. Wait, let me rename this. Okay, now I see what's going on. So there's 2 and they're back to back. Sorry guys, I was pretty tired last night, so I didn't realize that they were back to back. Okay, so this makes sense. So the first rally in Seattle is happening from 12 to 2 p.m. at the Federal Building, so 12 to 2. And then I'm assuming that it's going to merge into this one, which is from 2 to 4 p.m. at Bellevue Park. So there you go, guys. Seattle is having 2 back to back, which is fantastic. So 12 to 2 and then 2 to 4. Then, of course, Sydney, Australia. Again, this is a combined poster. So there's Sydney, Australia is North Hyde Park, 3 to 5 p.m. Here's Tampa, Florida. It's at 2201 North West Shore Boulevard from 2 to 4 p.m. And then, of course, Wellington, New Zealand. So that's down there. Wellington Waterfront behind Frank Kitts Park. Windsor. So people who are in Windsor, Ontario, this is the bus information. I wish that the bus information was also in English, but it is what it is. You guys can use Google Lens. But if you're in Windsor and you want to come to Toronto, you can contact, this number here. It's $60 per person, I guess, round trip to go from Windsor to Toronto on February 14. Bulgaria. So Sofia, Bulgaria is having a rally as well, except they had to change the date. So Sofia, Bulgaria, they're not doing theirs on February 14 because, no, Texas, no one banned you. I can see you, Texas. So the reason that they're not doing it on February 14 is that apparently there's something, it's like a national day or something in Bulgaria. So on the 14th, it's all like, it's like Bulgarian National Day for something. So that's why they rescheduled theirs to Sunday, February 15. They wanted me to let you guys know. So this is the English version of their poster. This is the, I guess, Bulgarian version of their poster. And then this is just the explanation. So what they're saying is, event will take place at the same location at the same time, but it has been moved to Sunday. The reason for this change is that on the 14th, Bulgarian nationalist groups will be holding marches throughout the city center from morning until evening. Therefore, the event has been moved to Sunday. So that's the reason why in Bulgaria, it's happening on the 15th. As you can tell, even for the posters for Bulgaria, you'll see that the date is 15 here, right? So I've organized them by date. So 15. And then this is just the combined poster for all of Australia and New Zealand. So there you go. Those are all of the posters that I have received so far, up until like an hour ago, up until before I started this. So there you go, guys. That's everything. So we're encouraging everyone to go, and I think I'm still getting more emails coming in. So I'm going to be, checking my inbox every few hours to see if I'm getting any new posters. We're probably going to see less cities organizing, just because the whole point is to come to the main hubs, right? So for example, I don't think there's going to be a rally in Montreal because all the organizers and everyone in Montreal is coming to Toronto. My understanding is that apparently they've booked, 15, apparently 15 tour buses have been booked solid so far coming from Montreal to Toronto. So it's going to be huge. Orlando is in there. Orlando's in the list, guys. I went through it all. So for those who are new, I literally just went through the list. So please go to the website. It's tinyurl.com/Iran rally, and all the cities are there. And yes, there is one for Orlando. So if you go down, I've done it in alphabetical order with the dates. There is Orlando and there is London, right? There you go. There's London. So it's all there, guys. Just literally go search it. Go check. If someone has sent me a poster, it's there. So I just want to go over that with you. Okay. Someone is saying to check out the new Lindsey Graham tweet. Do we have a new message from Dai Lindsay? Let's see. Let me turn off the music here. All right. All right, so Dai Lindsay, and remember guys, Dai means uncle. So let's see what Uncle Lindsay has said. So Dai Lindsay says, to the brave people of Iran, President Trump has always heard your cries and demands for justice. Interesting. The regime has proven yet again it's incapable of real change. If this regime continues the course they are on, then I believe President Trump's statement that help is on the way is becoming more real by the day. Okay, good to know. Good to know. All right. I know some people are like, responding skeptically to this. That's because people like tensions are high, emotions are high. And a lot of people aren't seeing the political talk here, right? They're not seeing the political, right? 'Cause you have to read between the lines, right? You have to read between the lines. So like every single post and message that comes out is pretty much everything. Like, it's not surprising to me because like I've already predicted all of this, right? Like, guys, I have no doubt in my mind that President Trump is going to strike. No doubt in my mind. And so stuff like this, it just shows, right? It just shows that we're getting there. But more than that, this is in line. This is in line with the message from His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, right? So let me pull that up. Remember the video message that he put out yesterday, which is very, very important, right? This video message here, where he literally confirms that international help is on the way.
همیهنان شجاع و مبارزم. همانطوری که خوب می‌دانید جمهوری اسلامی همیشه تلاش کرده است که ایجاد یأس و ناامیدی بکند. ما این همه جوان و مردم هوشیار از دست ندادیم که بقیه شما امیدی به زندگی نداشته باشید. بالعکس، ما با زنده ماندنمون ایرانمون رو نجات خواهیم داد. درگیر این مسائل حاشیه‌ای و بحث‌های فرعی نشید که فلان جا این حرف زده شده یا مذاکره انجام شده. ایمان داشته باشید به پیروزی خودتون، ایمان داشته باشید به قدرت خودمون و باور داشته باشید که این بار جهانیان پشت سر شما خواهند ایستاد و از آزادی شما حمایت خواهند کرد. دست در دست هم پیش خواهیم رفت و دشمن را شکست خواهیم داد. پیروزی از آن شماست، آینده ایران. همیهنان شجاع و مبارزم. همانطوری که
There we go. So that was yes, I have his interview. I have his interview on my schedule, so I will be getting to his interview for sure 100%. I just literally need to take a quick break as well. So let me pull up something. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Wait, this is the wrong one. Where is it? I want to take I need to take like a quick 30-minute health break. So where is it? I just want to pull it up. I wanted to pull up my interview for you, like the podcast that I did, because I know a lot of you have wanted me to play this. So we're not going to watch the whole thing because the whole thing is 45 minutes long, and I'm only going to take about a 30-minute break. But I will play this for you while I take my break. And then I want you guys to let me know what you think about it when I get back. Over 30,000 people. The actual number is much higher. It's certainly over 50,000 in the last month. I can tell you with 100% certainty that whether or not talks happen are irrelevant because President Trump has already made his mind when it comes to the Islamic regime. Right now, I would say there's more Islamic extremism in Canada and the UK than there is in occupied Iran right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of The Western Spirit here from Israel. I'm Ariel Whitman, and today we have with us someone very special, Goldie Gamari. She's a former Canadian member of parliament, a human rights activist of Iranian descent, and we're going to get into all that now. But most of all, Goldie is someone who, if you haven't seen her all over, you're not anywhere. So I think, especially since what's been happening with Iran in the last wave of protests and everything that's happening now, Goldie's been an extremely important and a voice for everyone behind, I would say, what's the new Iron Curtain, so to speak, because they don't have internet, they don't have any way to get their voices out. And people like Goldie and other people, but Goldie's one of them, is able to share with us what's happening in Iran that we can't know except for talking to you. So Goldie, it's amazing to speak with you.
Well, thank you so much for having me on. It's a pleasure to be here.
Likewise. So let's start with, we're recording this on Thursday, the 5th of February. And tomorrow on Friday, we will have the meeting between the US and the Iranians. I'm going to just give you my opinion that it's very, very weird that President Trump said that the Iranian protesters should go and take their institutions, we're behind you. And now he's negotiating with them on the nuclear issue. What about all the protesters that they killed? What about all these people that listened to President Trump and on his word came out and thought he was with them? And now if they close the deal on the nuclear stuff, the regime will still be in control.
So that's a very good question, and I know a lot of people have been asking this question. One of the, I guess, advantages I would say that I have when I'm looking at the situation and analyzing it from various perspectives and angles is that I do come from a political background. So, I was in politics for 10 years. I was a politician for 7. So, I've had the media training. I've had the, political speak, experience, and so. I'm actually able to read between the lines to see what's actually going on. And so I can tell you with 100% certainty that whether or not talks happen are irrelevant because President Trump has already made his mind when it comes to the Islamic regime. And I'll explain why. First of all, we're seeing the largest movement of United States military assets in the history of the United States, pretty much. Millions and millions of dollars of American taxpayer dollars are being spent every day just to move a whole bunch of, ships and carriers and jets and all that stuff to the, Persian Gulf area. That's not because President Trump wants, to go to Iran and get the latest kebab recipe, right? Like he's moving those military assets there for a reason. But on top of that, there's something that actually Secretary of State Marco Rubio said yesterday when he was asked about these potential talks on Friday. And a lot of people missed this. So the reporter asked Secretary of State Marco Rubio, is the fact that the United States now is going to be potentially speaking with the Islamic regime. I don't call them the Iranians because I'm Iranian and Iran is occupied by an Islamic dictatorship. So I refer to them as the Islamic regime. But so the reporter said, is the fact that the United States is now potentially speaking with the Islamic regime, is that legitimizing the regime, and how should the Iranian protesters view that? And Secretary of State Marco Rubio gave a very, very good answer. He pretty much laid out the situation for everyone on a silver platter. And what Marco Rubio said was that President Trump is willing to talk to anyone. He also said that meeting with someone and talking with someone does not legitimize them. He also said that meeting and talking is not a concession. It doesn't mean that they're meeting to concede to whatever demands the other side wants to make. And then on top of that, he also said that President Trump is once again willing to meet with anyone, whether it's adversary or ally. So when we read between the lines here, the fact that Marco Rubio felt the need to clarify that meeting with an adversary does not mean that you're legitimizing them. What he's really saying is that the United States does not view the Islamic regime as a legitimate entity, and meeting with them doesn't mean anything, right? I mean, they can meet to hear whatever demands that the Islamic regime wants to make. Doesn't mean that United States is going to listen to those demands or follow through with those demands.
Right. So, but you are sure that one way or another, President Trump wants to. Do you think he wants regime change at the end of the day, or is he just going to like send a message? Because I guess that's one of the things that in Israel I hear people asking: is it just going to, if it happens, and you think it is going to happen, will it be something symbolic, even if it's harsh, but not something that will topple the regime? Or is President Trump, you think, committed to doing something much larger that'll change the country? For people like you, will be very happy.
I think if President Trump wanted to do something symbolic or send a message, he could have done so right within the first week. Right. I mean, back during in the summer, during the 12-day conflict between Israel and the Islamic regime, of course, President Trump sent the B-2 bombers and destroyed the Islamic regime's nuclear facilities. So, I mean, nothing's stopping President Trump from doing something like that. But the fact that he has not done that, and instead he is sending a whole bunch of American military assets to the region, that leads me to believe that President Trump is planning something big. Ultimately, President Trump is a winner. He wants to be on the winning side. He's already recognized that when it comes to the situation in occupied Iran, the winning side is standing by the Iranian people and supporting the Iranian people. So, I have full faith in President Trump in doing something, but more so than that, as an Iranian, I also look at it from the Iranian perspective, the Iranian angle. And so, the leader of our revolution is His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. He is the name that everyone in Iran is calling to lead the country from a brutal Islamic dictatorship to a free, secular, democratic country. And King Reza Pahlavi himself has said in his messages to Iranians in occupied Iran to hang tight, and international help is on the way. So when you look at those two factors together, I have full faith that something is going to be happening. It's just a matter of when, where, and how.
God willing. So let's talk also about what has happened until now. So we heard in the beginning there's like 2,000 people that died, and then suddenly, within a day, 30,000 was thrown out there, which is an unbelievable number if you think about the fact that we in Israel, in Gaza, over almost 2.5 years, have killed, even if you take Hamas's numbers, which I don't take, but let's say we do, about 60 to 70,000 Gazans have been killed. And according to the IDF, and if we also look at the names and the ages of people, they're more than half are military-aged men. So if we just take anyone who's not military age, even though we know that children have been fighting and have been getting weapons, and as their fighters dwindle, they get people that are children because they're sick, evil people. We know the amount of people the Iranian regime killed, according to the numbers that we're getting out, is basically the amount of innocent civilians that were killed over a 2.5-year war in Gaza. And we seem to not. First of all, do you think that's true? Are the numbers more or less correct from what you understand? And secondly, how do you explain, and I know this is like something that you've harped about over the past 2 years, more or less, that the same people that were saying genocide and burning streets and stuff in Western cities, they're like literally AWOL. I don't know where they are.
Well, so to answer your first question, the number of people murdered by the Islamic regime, the number of innocent Iranians murdered by the Islamic regime, the number of 35,000 is only for the first 2 days. That's only for January 8 and January 9. Yes. that they slaughtered over 30,000 people. The actual number is much higher. It's certainly over 50,000 in the last month. And, I personally, I don't believe, Gaza Ministry of Health numbers. I don't believe Hamas numbers because it's all a lie. So I can, I think the number of civilians who have died in the 2-year conflict between Hamas and Israel is somewhere around maybe 20 or 30,000. So in 2 days, the Islamic regime murdered the same number of people, if not more. In the last month, it's much, much higher. 50,000 is the low end of the scale. The number could be as high as 100,000 or more. We don't know. We don't know because it's very difficult to get word out. But every day, we're seeing hundreds, if not thousands, of new names and faces of people who have been murdered, and the executions are still going on. It's not like the executions have stopped because tens of thousands of Iranians were also jailed, and now those Iranians who are currently in jail are being executed as well in prison. Just no trial, no nothing, just shot in the head. We also know that the Islamic regime goes to hospitals, and if they find injured protesters in hospitals, they just shoot them point blank in the head. So the number of massacred is much, much higher than what's going on in Gaza. With respect to why these people have not spoken out, well, why would they? Because they're on the side of the Islamic regime. All these pro-Palestine jihadi savages are funded by the Islamic regime. They support the Islamic regime. In fact, many of the proxy forces that are in occupied Iran right now, murdering Iranians, are part of Hamas and Hezbollah and just, Palestinians in general. So, of course, they're not going to speak up for us Iranians because they want Iran to be occupied because their terrorism and their never-ending jihad against Israel and the rest of the world is funded with the stolen blood money of the Iranian people.
But wait, that is obvious to me, the jihadists. But what about all the leftists, the people that we saw? Like, I remember going to New York where my father lives for a visit, and we walked by, I think it was Columbia, and I don't remember one of the universities, and you saw the protests. You have these, Islamic people wearing Islamic garb, but you also have the Queers for Palestine and the, all these the SJP, the Socialists of America, DSA, sorry, the Democratic Socialists of America, and all these George Soros-funded groups, and they're nowhere to be found. So the jihadists, obviously, but what about all these people that I thought were, I'm saying this facetiously, but I thought were so well-meaning and really cared about innocent lives?
Well, I think you sort of answered your own question when you said the George Soros funded groups, right? I mean, a lot of this has to do with money and funding. A lot of it has to do with anti-imperialism. A lot of it also has to do with anti-Semitism. So, a lot of the people who are supporting the fake Palestinian jihadi cause, it's not necessarily because of human rights. It's because they hate Israel.
Yes.
They hate the United States. And so this was basically an excuse for them to just be able to demonstrate their anti-Semitism and Jew hatred out in the open under the guise of human rights. Meanwhile, when you look at all of the pro-Iran, free Iran rallies that are happening around the world, you always find the flag of Israel in our rallies and our demonstrations. And that's because, Iranians and Israelis, we have a shared history, a shared culture that goes back thousands of years. And, prior to 1979, Iran and Israel were actually very, very strong allies.
Yes.
And so we're hopeful that we're going to go back to that official allyship when the Islamic regime is overthrown.
Yeah. One of the things that you've talked about a lot on your X account and other places is the this strain of Shiite Islam, and how, for example, you put up that video of they're chanting together at some music festival, and they're really genocidal in just even their music, and their fun is to say how much they want to kill everyone that isn't them, pretty much. So can you talk a little bit about the people who don't understand, don't really know, don't really look it up, because we have lives, what exactly is the ideology that controls right now the Islamic Republic in Iran?
I mean, it really is a cult. It really is a cult of Shia Islam, and as you can see, like these people are just very, very weird, very bizarre, very violent. They don't represent Iran or Iranians or Iranian culture. The reason that we say that the Islamic regime is a foreign occupying force is that many of them aren't even Iranian. They're from like Iraq, the city of Najaf. They're part of like Hezbollah in Lebanon. They're Palestinian. They're from Syria. There's like Afghanis amongst them, some Pakistanis. So I mean, this is a foreign cult-like ideology. It is very bizarre, and like it's basically a culture or a cult that's based on death and jihad and martyrdom, and it's incredibly weird. And the vast majority of us Iranians, like this is not who we are. This is never who we were. But unfortunately, back in the 1970s, these Islamists and communists united to overthrow the Shah in what we call the 1979 Islamic coup d'état. And then, of course, as soon as the Shah was overthrown, the Islamists, because they're, savages, they started murdering all of the woke, all the progressives, all the communists, everyone who had supported them. And then they consolidated power. And that's basically what's been happening ever since. And, even with the country right now, these foreign militia forces that are going around and just murdering Iranians still to this day. It's exactly like what happened on October 7. Just imagine, every day October 7. That's pretty much what's been going on in Iran.
But can you like give examples of just because I was in shock watching that video, like we live here next to Hamas, we see like they're crazy, they're this, but this is like on another level in the sense that it's high-tech craziness. It's not like they're savages. I mean, they are savages, but they're not like with sticks and stones. They're literally at like a rock concert, and thousands of young, I guess, regime supporters or people who are like Shiite crazies are chanting at like a rock festival. Like, just could you just describe what they do?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. You're
It
asking
was
the
so
wrong person.
crazy. Okay. No,
You're asking the wrong person. I'm not Muslim. I've never been Muslim. I don't understand it. Again, like this is foreign to the vast majority of Iranians. They are a very small they're a small sect. I would say like maybe 5% of Iranians support the Islamic regime. That's about it. But unfortunately, they're the ones with all of the money and all of the weapons and all of the power. So, I mean, I can't explain it to you because it's weird cult-like behavior. It's very, very foreign. But again, this is like what we as Iranians have had to deal with for the last 47 years. And that's one of the reasons why today the vast majority of Iranians have actually rejected Islam. The vast majority of Iranians are actually agnostic or atheist. Christianity and Zoroastrianism are the two fastest growing religions in occupied Iran right now. And not only is the Islamic regime collapsing and the Islamic regime is going to be gone, but when Iran is free, we're going to be the first country to kick Islam out since Spain.
By the way, and this is another thing that you talk about, meaning it's a good segue. So you live in the West, Canada. You are a representative in the Canadian Parliament, and I live in Israel. I grew up in the U.S., and we seem to have, like you said, the protests are pro-Iranians right now are very pro-Western. They're very we'll put it that way, anti-Islamic supremacy. They're very anti-fascist. They're very Islamofascist, maybe we can call it, I guess, the better phrase. And the protests that we've seen against Israel were also obviously against the West. We're very apologetic to radical Islam terrorism, to put it mildly. It's mostly supportive, I think. And maybe you can talk about, this is one of your fights also, about the, I guess, radical Islam penetrating Western societies. We seem to see in the UK, where I have friends, that it's like almost like maybe it's gone at this point, the future of the UK. How do you look at it? Like, Iran might be, if it's overthrown, there'll be less Islamic extremism in Iran than there would be in Canada and in America at this point.
Oh yeah, like I even like right now, I would say there's more Islamic extremism in Canada and the UK than there is in occupied Iran right now, because again, Iran is occupied by a foreign entity, but that's not who we are as Iranians. I think part of what's going on in Western countries, I mean, that kind of goes back to the Muslim Brotherhood's plan of civilizational jihad. But more so than that, it's also being assisted by this narrative from the woke left and the communists. This whole like colonizer versus colonization narrative, oppressed versus oppressor, where they always say that, the quote unquote white people, and I say white in quotation because Jews are not white, right? Like Jews are very, ethnically diverse, the same way that, we Iranians are, right? Like for, Jews, there's, black Jews all the way to white Jews. Same thing with Iranians. There's, black Iranians and, white Iranians and everything in between. And yet these narratives have defined the Jewish people as white colonizers, and the Gazans, the Palestinians, as like the oppressed indigenous people. Meanwhile, it's actually the opposite. The reality is that Islamic colonization is the reason that the Middle East is the way it is today, right? So, Israel, Jews and Israelis, they're indigenous to the land of Israel, the way that we Iranians are indigenous to the land of Iran, and we're both dealing with this foreign colonizing mindset. And yet for some reason in the West, they have been very successful at flipping the narrative. The oppressors and the colonizers are playing the role of the victims and the colonized.
And by the way, another thing that makes me crazy, and I may be going to get your take on it, is that we're supposed to all be what I mean by politically correct in this is we're supposed to never say that some cultures are better than others, or some cultures are more violent and oppressive than others. It seems so obvious to me that places that, if you even poll them, Pakistan is like 90+% of people in Pakistan, according to Pew or Gallup, I forgot which one, are anti-Semitic. You can relatively easily say that the Pakistani culture hates Jews. It's not like, and that they would be oppressive towards Jews and women. It's not but if you say that in some of the places and types of people that you just mentioned, the woke culture, academia, you'll be called a racist or Islamophobic or whatever.
I've already been accused of being Islamophobic, so I don't really care about that label anymore. But there's actually a big problem in woke Western academia culture, where they're trying to push this idea that like all cultures are equal and cultural relativism. It's like absolutely not. I constantly say no, not all cultures are equal. There are certain, I don't even want to call it a culture, but just like, I don't know, some people out there. Maybe. No, that would be an insult to like civilized people, calling it civilization. But for example, let's take the Palestinians, right? Mm-hmm. I always say it's a garbage culture. It's a garbage culture. I think they're garbage people because I cannot fathom in my mind, I still to this day think about that disgusting parade that they had for the Bebas children. Yeah. Right. And then they have this poster, and then all their little kids are cheering, and they're poking the eyes of the babies in the poster, and then they're marching along, and everyone's, and I'm like, what sort of society does that? Right. Any sort of society that even does something like that, to me, is like a garbage society. So I have zero sympathy for the Palestinians. I think that they are garbage culture.
Yes. And another thing that's interesting also is that we take, let's say in America, you're a leftist and you look at everything from an African-American versus white, oppressive, Jim Crow, etc., which is true historically. and then you say everything that I know here in the US is the same in the Middle East, Iran, Israel. It's looking at things through a Western lens where it's not relevant. No one in our area of the world where I'm here looks at this and says, this is a black and white, a white man versus. It's not something that's thought of until a Western liberal comes, or a Western leftist, I don't think they're liberal at this point, comes and says, this is what it is. It is what it is because you're so egocentrical that you think everything evolves around the way you look at things. Things here are way different religiously, culturally, civilizationally. You mentioned Iran. There's a lot of different ethnicities in Iran, and the fight there has nothing to do with black or white, or it's oppressed versus it's not oppressed versus oppressor. It's a whole different dynamic than what they're giving us.
The fight in Iran is basically Iran versus Islam. And like we Iranians, we are like our identity goes back thousands and thousands of years, right? So people like to sometimes like play divisive politics when it comes to Iranian identity. But one thing I can say is that we're all united. And the only reason I brought up ethnicity earlier is because I just wanted to like show that, we have Iranians of all different colors the same way that, with Jews as well. But I mean, like for you, and Israelis and Israelis and Israeli, and you guys, you don't differentiate between each other. It's the same thing for us Iranians, because our identity as Iranians is much stronger than anything else, and that's what's uniting us. And so we're all oppressed. We're all oppressed. Doesn't matter where we are or which part of the country we're in. We're all oppressed by the regime, and we're all fighting for freedom. And every single city, every single town, we have Iranian freedom fighters who are fighting against the regime.
Can you talk a little bit about the Iranian diaspora? So one of the things that's interesting to me is that Jews have a diaspora, and it's it's something that's very important to Jews to be connected, to live with each other, to have events, and even if you're not religious, you're a lot of times connected to a community. You identify as Jewish, even if you don't, let's say, believe in God, but you're still part of the community. So it's not exactly a religion. The Iranians have, through this 40, 50 years now of oppression, managed to keep their identity in the diaspora. So can you talk a little bit about, because like it's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, well, I mean, we are very very proud of our Iranian identity, and one of the ways that we fight against the Islamic regime is by maintaining our culture and our Iranian identity, because for the last 47 years, the Islamic regime has tried to erase our identity and replace it with Islam, which of course it's not something that we really relate to. So, for example, myself, I was born in Iran, but my parents immigrated to Canada when I was a year old. However, I still speak Persian, speak, read, and write. As you can tell, I'm very, very connected to issues with respect to, Iran and the Iranian Revolution. Very proud of my heritage and culture. And this is one way that we're fighting, and we're basically preserving our civilization, because we are proud. We are proud of the Persian civilization, the Iranian identity, and it's just really unfortunate that the Islamic regime for the last 47 years has sort of put a mask over who we are as Iranians. But I think, especially more so in the last 5 weeks since the revolution started, the world has finally realized that the Islamic regime does not represent Iranians, that Iranians are much different than Islam, and that Iranians are actually oppressed and occupied by the Islamic regime. And that's the other thing. People want to talk about an occupation or open air prison. It's not Gaza. It's occupied Iran. Iran is the actual open air prison. Iran is the occupation.
How much
Okay, guys, I'm back. I hope that you enjoyed that little part of my talk with Ariel Whitman. You can look that up, and I encourage everyone to go and watch the entire interview. I hope you guys like that. So there's still about let's see. There's about 15 more minutes, but I'll let you guys go and watch it on his channel so that you guys can go and support him there, support his channel as well. So there you go, guys. Oh, you guys enjoyed that? Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, I saw Senator Lindsey Graham's post and I already commented on it. Yeah, absolutely. I will send the link to this interview right now. Oh, let me like it. All right. Okay. There you go. I think people on X are requesting the link as well. Give me one moment so I can add it to X as well. Chat's just loading up. X is always really slow to load the chat for some reason. Still says loading. All right, so there's that. Let me add it in the comments section as well. All right, link has been added, so I encourage everyone to go and am I going to comment on the celebrations in Tehran? I already have commented on that, and we are going to go to that as well. So right now, Armin is in his discussion group. So when Armin's in the discussion group, we leave the breaking news for when he comes back. So we did speak about that and comment on that earlier when Armin was here. And when Armin comes back, we're going to continue with more of the breaking news. The reason that I don't do the breaking news right now is because that gives people an opportunity who want to go into Armin's discussion group to go there. And, unless the breaking news is, President Trump and the United States has striked the Islamic regime, then at that point, of course, we're going to go to that breaking news, because that would be, that's very, very significant. But in terms of I actually commented on Senator Lindsey Graham's post earlier. But thank you for that reminder. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to play King Reza Pahlavi's interview that he had yesterday. I haven't seen this yet, so we're going to watch this together. This is his interview with Hugh Hewitt. So we're going to watch this together, and let's see what it is. It's only 22 minutes long. So I wanted to watch this when it came out, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to wait, and we will watch it together. So we're going to have a King Reza Pahlavi watch party.
Morning, glory and evening grace, America. I'm Hugh Hewitt. Welcome to the program. I hope you enjoyed the Super Bowl yesterday, but we are on the cusp of big events, whether it's this week or this month or next month. It's a very important time, and I'm honored to have with me Prince Reza Pahlavi. He's the Crown Prince of Iran. He is also the voice and face of the Iranian opposition.
So for the person who says, can you please advise? I literally did that an hour ago. So literally, if you scroll back to the live stream, an hour ago, I spent 30 minutes talking about it. I spoke about the link. I spoke about the email address. I went through every single city and location that's happening. So I will provide, I will go over that again in like an hour or so. but I literally did that an hour ago and we spent like 30 minutes on that. So the information is there. And if you look at the bottom right now, it's saying Iran rally location list, HTTPS /tinyurl.com/Iran rally. So we've gone over that information. We'll go over it again in about an hour or so. But thank you. Okay, let's watch this now.
Good morning, glory and evening grace, America. I'm Hugh Hewitt. Welcome to the program. I hope you enjoyed the Super Bowl yesterday, but we are on the cusp of big events, whether it's this week or this month or next month. It's a very important time, and I'm honored to have with me Prince Reza Pahlavi. He's the Crown Prince of Iran. He is also the voice and face of the Iranian opposition in exile. Prince Pahlavi, welcome. Thank you for joining me. I want to start with a very direct question. To your understanding, how many of your fellow countrymen were murdered by the regime on January 8th to 9? I've heard a lot of different numbers.
First of all, thank you for having me on your program. The number varied between 36,500 to about 40,000. That's the last estimate that we've had. It could be higher than that because there's still ongoing arrests happening. They are killing people in hospitals. They are finishing them off on their wounded beds. They are arresting doctors or anybody rendering assistance to the victims. Who knows how much the total numbers will be, but the most conservative figure so far has been over 36,000 people, unfortunately.
I'm going to start using that number, Prince. Thank you. What do you hope to see President Trump order our military in the America to do right now?
Look, when you are fighting an occupying force that has taken a whole country hostage and people are on the streets unarmed as civilians demanding liberation from this tyranny and hoping for freedom, and at the time that they're being shot on the streets by military machine guns and basically war instruments, this is no longer a fair fight. This is a genocide in the making. And the only thing that will equalize the playing field for these brave Iranians who are fighting for their own liberation is to have an assistance that is needed help at this time to neutralize elements that the regime has used against its own citizenry to brutalize them the way they have. And this means targeting the regime's top apparatus of repression, which is, of course, the IRGC and many other elements that are associated with that repression. And only a military intervention at this point could level the playing field. This is the reason why the Iranian people have been anxiously awaiting the action that the president has promised he will do in support of the Iranian people, that help will arrive. Just hang in there, and they have. And they hope that this president will stay true to his word, as he has always demonstrated, and that he's no Barack Obama, and he believes in what he says and is a man of peace, and ultimately will help the Iranian people get rid of this regime who has been devastating not only to Iran and Iranians, but has been a source of chaos and instability since its inception, and most dramatically, the most hostile regime against America, as opposed to a country that was always with America, and certainly not at all on the same wavelength as this regime.
Prince, I saw over the weekend the regime ran an AI video demonstrating how they were going to destroy the Lincoln and other associated ships in the U.S. in the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Force. What risk do you think the United States runs to its forces and its allies in the regions if it does strike in that way against the regime?
Well, first of all, we saw how the Iranian attempted to respond to the Israeli attack by targeting Israel with missiles and drones, and I don't think that was quite a successful campaign if you look at the actual result of that. If this is the might of the Iranian forces, and if they are hit before they have a chance to strike, I very much doubt that unless the AI projected messages, they actually have a capacity to do that. And if so, there's no other military in this world that can neutralize that than the American military, with the help of some of its allies. So I think that's just basically saber rattling as a desperate regime that is on its last leg, and once again wants to create doubt as to whether or not they need to be intervened against. What's in the balance right now is not just, as I said, the liberty for the Iranian people, but it's to put a complete end to a regime that has only raised havoc in the region. And the best way to do that is to make sure that this time You don't just wound the beast, but go for the full kill. By that, I mean you cannot leave it with the possibility of retaliation. Clearly, this deployment is not a simple target practice. It clearly is much more in-depth and much more comprehensive than everything I've seen before outside of a full World War level type of deployment. This is serious.
I agree with that. What do you say, Prince, to the so-called restrainers? They're really neo-isolationists in the United States. Who say there's no upside for America in freeing the Iranian people and going to war with Iran.
Well, look, if America had not gone to war in the Second World War, what would have been the outcome of the Nazis' victory or Hitler getting his hand on the atom bomb? Who knows what history would be looking like right now? And again, Americans have to realize that this is a regime that has been the root cause of instability in the region, has been the biggest enemy of America and its allies, versus a nation that has proven time again that it doesn't have any hostility versus its neighbors. Most of them are allies of the United States. Unlike this regime who calls for the disappearance of an entire nation from the face of the earth, I mean by that Israel, of course, that the Iranians have not only a friendly attitude towards our neighbors, but particularly with Israel, because I think the two nations on this planet that can claim that they have a biblical relationship happen to be the people of Iran and the people of Israel. And that goes back to the time of Cyrus the Great, 25 centuries ago, before America even existed as a country. But what does it mean to America? What it means to America is not only not having to yet again have to police the whole region, but to rely on partners that are on the same boat with you, that share the same values of freedom and democracy and human rights, that want to be partner in that future, and they will bring that element of stability. So you no longer have to have your troops deployed in faraway lands or have American taxpayers fund the bill of having to sustain long-term campaigns. That's what's in the balance for America. A country that will be on your side as the best partners. It's good for regional peace, it's good for world peace, and it's good for business and economic opportunities. Iran is a country that would represent in the first 15 years at least $1 trillion worth of revenue to the US economy by means of American investment in Iran. There are hundreds of
I agree with all
entrepreneurs
that,
that are willing to invest in that. And that's I'm telling you, at the end of the day, that's what the net benefit to America with a regime change in Iran, as opposed to the continuation of this regime that not only deprives you from that market, but has been a constant threat to America directly.
I agree with all that, Prince. You are the most prominent and voice and face for the Iranian opposition. In fact, you may be the only one of which I am aware, and I'm pretty aware of the news. Right before I talked to you, I talked to Professor Dan Shiftan.
Well, he's the only one. King Reza Pahlavi or Prince Reza Pahlavi is the only legitimate opposition figure. So I'm glad that Hugh's acknowledging that.
From Haifa University, he's been basically the Kissinger.
Also, I think someone mentioned that President Trump's going on Fox News at 4. I'm watching Fox News right now. I don't see President Trump, but I'll monitor that. If President Trump comes on Fox News, I'll switch over to that.
Of Israel for 40 years. And I said, I'm going to talk to the prince. What would you ask him? And same thing I'm going to ask you. Who else would help you lead a transition? Are there other people in a position to step up in the aftermath of a regime collapse in Iran to lead the country back to what it was prior to a dawn of freedom again?
All the Iranian democratic secular forces that believe in these 4 core principles have a place under this tent. The 4 core principles that is the basis of our coalition is, number 1, Iran's territorial integrity. Number 2 is a clear separation of religion from government as a prerequisite to democracy. The importance of individual liberties and equality of all citizens under the law. And finally, the right for the Iranian people to determine their own future by means of free election and the ballot box, which is a process that the interim transitional government will have to play. They have called for me to lead this movement, as witnessed within Iran and across the world. I'm humbled by that trust and confidence they have in me. And I've always intended to play this role, except that today there's no question that they have chosen me to lead this movement, and that's why I have stepped in. But I'm not doing this alone. I'm doing it with the broadest possible coalition of democratically minded Iranians who may vote differently at the very end for the final outcome, but they believe that this is the only process that will take us to where we need to be. And in that, we have the broadest coalition ever of Iranian democratic forces within Iran and, of course, within the international community and Iranian expats.
Do you think, in the way that the Air Force generals met with Khomeini 47 years ago, do you think there are members of the regular Iranian armed forces who would help you establish and your allies establish a monopoly of force in Iran so that there wasn't a civil war?
Well, look, when I started this campaign about a year ago, and we started a special process whereby people who want to defect from the regime have a secure means to communicate their intentions to us. We started this about 6 months ago. To this day, we had over 160,000 people who have applied. Many of them are members of the security forces, the military forces, the civil bureaucracy that have reached out to us, that are willing to play a role and making sure that we can usher in that transition. In other words, they want to be part of the solution. And what I'd like to take this opportunity to stress that unlike a scenario that wasn't quite well handled in terms of regime change, example, Iraq and de-Baathification, our position is very clear. For all those people who are not directly responsible for the massacre of their own citizenry or have the blood of the people on their hand, they can survive regime change and have a place in the future. The people who will have rendered justice for their crimes will be judged like we had at the end of the Second World War and the Nuremberg trials, for instance. But many of them have not been directly associated with that violence or criminally involved, and they can have a place in the future. When you're part of the solution, you are an element that will, in fact, reduce the risks of instability or chaos. To the contrary, it will help facilitate a more smooth transition. So there's a sense of national reconciliation and amnesty at play as well. But those who will have to face justice will face justice. There's no question about that. The Iranian people need to have their day in court against these criminal people. But at the same time, they understand that we need to make sure that we can have a successful transition. And every Iranian that I know that are believing in that freedom know the responsibility that we all bear together to push that agenda forward and minimize all the risk, minimize the casualties, maximize success by guaranteeing the most stable possible transition.
Well, let me focus in on that, Prince, because I've been thinking since the massacre, how in the world would you ever prevent a round of reprisals? After France was liberated, the resistance did quite a lot of blowback at those who cooperated with the Nazis. After you've murdered 35,000 people, how in the world would you keep the families of the victims from seeking rough justice or vigilante justice?
Again, but when people have faith in the fact that justice will be served, when people have faith that this time the institutions that we are creating, or this time have faith in the leaders in their government or institutions, that changes the dynamics of whether or not you believe in your system or you don't believe in your system. I think vigilantism usually occurs when there's total lack of trust and an abandonment of any hope for civility or if you will, a more moderate approach as opposed to extreme measures. All of that is at play. I don't know on the psychological level how one handles that. I think a lot of it has to do with hope for a better future and the fact that we already paid too much of a price to continue building our nation on bloodshed and retaliation and replication. I think that sense of a national relief in terms of everybody's now in an opportunity to mend the woods and heal together is more important than seeking revenge, because an eye for an eye only makes the world go blind eventually.
47 years ago, Prince, I watched the revolution on a couch in the old Western White House with Richard Nixon and Ray Price every night. And former President Nixon, I was a writer on his staff just out of college. He could not believe that Iran was falling because it was so pro-American. And he was, of course, a great friend of your father's. After 47 years of nonstop anti-US, great Satan, anti-Israel, little Satan rhetoric and propaganda, and after the devastation of the Iran-Iraq war, is there ever returning Iran to a pro-US resting face to being an ally?
No doubt. Listen, remember 9/11 and how many people on your so-called allied countries in the Middle East were dancing in the streets in celebration after that attack? The only country where people held candlelight vigil in sympathy to the victims of 9/11 were no other than the Iranian people in Iran. In Iran, not just outside of Iran, in Iran. That was then. And the same people who today march in rallies in protest against the regime, you will see that in all our demonstrations, from Australia to Canada to the US to Europe, there is alongside the Iranian national flag, either an Israeli flag or an American flag or whatever the host country in which they live flag. That's the Iran that we know, that's the Iran that we are, not this regime that always called for death to America or death to Israel. And I think many Americans know that. Many Americans know a fellow Iranian that was either a schoolmate of his or is a colleague of theirs or work in a company, vice versa. They know that Iranians, unlike this regime, are peace-loving people, are with that culture and civilization, want to be friends with whoever respects them and respect their sovereignty. And America has always been a great friend to Iran and should be. That's the way it should be. And I don't think that it will be by miracle that this will recur. It's just that this regime has been an aberration. This regime has been the product of two extreme forces that were clearly against the West, the Marxists and the Islamists that ganged together, brought this regime into power. And from the very beginning, we saw the hostility towards the West and the US in particular. A liberated Iran that doesn't buy into the extreme radical ideology of totalitarian Marxists or Islamists, unlike them, are committed to freedom, are committed to human rights. And guess what? America has been a beacon of hope and opportunities. Many Iranians came all the way to the United States to find refuge or find a better life. And most of them, once Iran is freed, would like to go back to their country to bring back these very same values that are taken for granted here in the United States by many Americans, but that the Iranians are starving and dying for having in our own country. And what better partner can we have than America to help us not only liberate ourselves and bring about all the aspects of liberty that we deserve, but also what good partners we could be in the future and the rebuilding of Iran. As President Trump has said, MAGA, we say MIGA, make Iran great again, and together with America, we'll make both countries great again.
I have two final questions, Prince. Have you noticed from your various sources of information that there are fissures within the regime, maybe between the IRGC and the regular armed forces? Do you see that?
Well, this is nothing new. Remember that the IRGC was created as a parallel military or militia to contain the military that the regime, the revolutionary regime of Khomeini, could never trust. That started right in the early 80s. And as a result, it became more and more of a parasitic mafia that took control of many aspects of Iran's economy. And basically, they're in full control of most of the aspects of the nation. The military, on the other hand, considers itself much more of a professional army and a national army. So the divide between the IRGC and the military was there from the very get-go. In fact, the IRGC doesn't even have the name Iran in its title, which is kind of bizarre.
Islamic Revolution,
to be a militia that doesn't even have the name of a country in its name. So that is an aberration that will need to be disappearing from as an organization. They can be reincorporated into the military or go to the private sector. We won't have a parallel militia. So obviously the military will be a professional army in charge of protecting our territories, and the rest of them could be distributed into various aspects of either private sector or other aspect of either military institutions or like a national guard of some form. Anyway, there are plans for that as well. Now, even within the IRGC, mind you, there are some who want to defect. There are some who want to abandon ship. There are some who are disillusioned. There are some who maybe thought at some point that this was a sacred cause to fight for. But guess what? Many of them have their children on the streets that are being shot at. They also are paying the price for having been associated with this regime. And as I said, those who haven't been criminally involved can abandon ship, can join with the people. This is their last chance to do so. And at some point, they would have to be accountable for having helped preserve this regime rather than to come to the rescue of their own citizenry. The choice is theirs to make. But I think this is the outcome that we hope to push for and minimize the last pockets of resistance there is out there, and hopefully not through vigilantism, but to proper planning and make sure that they don't even think that they have a chance of resisting and creating some distractions in the path. It won't be easy, but it can be done.
A last question, Prince. You mentioned Persia is very old. It's 25 centuries old. Cyrus the Great and others. It's been an empire forever, and it defeated the Parthians. It goes way back. But Islam is very old in Iran as well, and there are these enormous centers of learning for Islam within Iran. After a iteration to democracy, what will be the position of those traditional Muslim studies and Islamic scholars and mullahs? Will they have their freedom?
Yeah, Islamic scholar is an oxymoron. You can't be a scholar of like Islamic scholar is like, it's like the most ridiculous thing ever. I'll show you guys. Islamic scholars are the ones where, like, you have like the weird imam who's like talking about how like Allah created women for, men, and it's just like sheep or something.
Recognized and protected as well.
Well, freedom of religion should be one of the guarantees of a constitution that is based on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And therefore, when we say we want to have a secular alternative, that doesn't mean that we have anti-religious thoughts. But as much as religions have to have their right place in society, what about the right of atheists? What about the right of the LGBTQ community? What about...
Oh, Armin's going to love that part. I don't think Armin's seen this interview. Oh, that's fantastic. Makes a very good point.
Freedom of religion should be one of the guarantees of a constitution that is based on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And therefore, when we say we want to have a secular alternative, that doesn't mean that we have anti-religious thoughts. But as much as religions have to have their right place in society, what about the right of atheists? What about the right of the LGBTQ community? What about human rights in general? I think a future constitution that will be guaranteeing those rights, among them includes freedom of religion. Now, to this point, let me also remind your distinguished audience that is listening to this program that we have many clerics in Iran that never believed in this velayat-e-faqih, which was Khomeini's version of establishing an ideologically based regime that is so radical and treats everybody in an inferior way and has been discriminating against other faiths and other religions, that have spoken against this regime and also believe in a secular alternative. In fact, one of the most prominent religious clerics that we have in Iran, who is a Sunni cleric leader in Balochistan, his name is Molavi Abdul Hamid. He's been calling for a secular government in the future because he recognizes, among many other clerics, that it is in the best interest of the faith itself not to be in any shape or form directly involved in politics. In fact, being directly involved in politics has weakened the faith and have weakened our religious establishment. They'll be the first one to tell you that. So therefore, they realize that they'll have their place in society like in any other free secular country where nobody is questioning the fact that people have a right to practice their faith, as long as we have a separation of church from state as a prerequisite to democracy, which is another thing that has been proven in almost every democracy we see around the planet today.
Prince, you've been very generous with your time. Thank you for it. And good luck and prayers for the success of your movement so that there is, in fact, an iteration and evolution of the regime there. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Beautiful milk. That's what we're here for.
So that was fantastic interview. I'll share it here in the links as well. So, guys, there's a lot of breaking news coming out, but I don't know if I would feel bad if I go to it before Armin gets here because there's a lot of video footage coming out of Iranians who are demonstrating against the regime. Right? Because tonight is the it's the anniversary. It's the eve of the anniversary of the Islamic Revolution, right? So I don't know if I should share some of these videos with you, but then Armin's gonna feel bad because Armin's not gonna be here for the news. Okay, we'll wait for Armin. What are these trolls coming in here? Let me just ban all these trolls. Sorry. And like they're all going into Armin's chat because they're going into Armin's chat because they can't come into mine because they have to subscribe and be a subscriber for 20 minutes. So sorry, Armin. Okay, you know what? When Iran revolution is over and Armin and I stop the joint live streaming, he'll have to go in and unban all of these jihadis who are in his chat. Oh, look, there's another one. What? Who are you people? Get out of here. I have no time or patience for the pro Palestinians. So I don't know, man. Sorry guys, I got rid of them. It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. So Armin comes back in about 45 minutes. So he has his group chat. Until John, yeah, they're totally jihadi, John. They're in Armin's chat. You can't see them because you're in my chat. But I'm getting rid of them. Sorry, Amir. I know. Oh my gosh, there's another one. All right, let's ban that one too. Wait, where are you? Okay. All right, it's okay. I'll just ban them. It's literally one or 2 seconds to ban them. So okay, so we'll wait for Armin. I know. You know what? It's man, I don't know. It's انگار مثلا لونه سوسکو پیدا کردی که مثلا یه چیزی رو میذاری بالا همه سوسکا ریختن بیرون. That's what it's like. All right, but you Amir, you guys can all explain to Armin what's going on, and I'll apologize after. So I just don't have the patience or tolerance for them. There you go. Oh my god, they're back. Too funny. Okay, yeah, we'll wait for Armin for the news then, because this is good. Armin's going to enjoy that. Okay, so if that's the case, then maybe what I'll do is where's that documentary that I wanted to watch? There's a documentary that I wanted to. All right, why don't I show you guys these jihadis? So you know what? So I've actually played this documentary before on my previous live streams, but why don't we watch a little bit of this documentary? It's about the hostage crisis, right? So it's about the hostage crisis and how the Islamic jihadis basically went all Allahu Akbar, not only on Iranians but also on Americans, as you can see. So we'll watch this for a little bit until Armin gets back. And if you want to see the full documentary along with my commentary, you can just go to my playlist, Iranians, comment and rate on documentaries. All right, let's go. I want to point something out. So all those university students that were involved in the American hostage crisis, they're part of the MIGA. They're part of the Islamic regime. And those university students are now the ones in power. Okay, so keep that in mind. These university students were the ones that the Shah had put in jail because they were terrorists and they were jihadis and communists, right? So there you go. So all the people now that are threatening war with the United States, this is what they were doing 47 years ago. Oh my gosh, why is this cockroach back? All right, ban you again. I'm just going to turn off the comments here for a little bit. So we don't need the comments anyway. All right, let's continue watching.
US Embassy.
Did you catch that? So the hostage crisis was organized and incited by Islamic leaders in the universities. Guys, right now, all of your American, Western, Canadian, European, UK universities, they all have Islamic centers. Okay? Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. It was the Islamic scholars, right? The Islamic scholars in the university that incited the radical jihadi university students, right? These are not regular Iranians here. These are not regular normal Iranians. These are the Islamists, the ones who took over, right? So let's go back because that part's important. The Islamic scholars in the universities.
At the beginning of the hostage crisis, Iran had only recently come under the rule of an important religious dignitary, the Ayatollah Khomeini, who quickly donned the cloak of supreme leader of the nation. His followers called him Imam Khomeini. He came to power following the Iranian Revolution that overthrew the Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi.
Wasn't a revolution, it was a coup d'etat that was orchestrated by communists and Islamists and supported by Jimmy Carter.
The Shah had ruled the country with an iron fist for nearly 40 years.
No, he hadn't. That's total and utter jihadi propaganda nonsense. We had every single human right we could possibly think of. In fact, the Shah gave women the right to vote before women in Switzerland, right? So why would the Shah rule the country with an iron fist if he's giving women the right to vote? It's absolutely ridiculous. That's Islamic jihadi propaganda. The only rights that were not allowed were communism. And that's because Iran was in a Cold War with the Soviets, right? The Soviets were trying to bring Iran under the Iron Curtain, and the Shah was fighting communism because the communism was being funded by the Soviets. In fact, all of the communists that were involved, all of the Iranian communists involved in the 1979 Islamic Revolution were all funded and paid for by the Soviets. And in fact, there was between 30 to 40,000 KGB people in Iran during the revolution that actually helped with the revolution. So that's why we call it like a foreign occupation, basically a coup d'etat. So yeah, everyone else had human rights. Human rights was never an issue. It was only the communists that complained because the Shah recognized that communism is a threat.
Backed by the United States for political and security support. Crowds flocked.
That's the other thing. That's the other really stupid line that comes in these documentaries and narratives. It's like, oh, the Shah was backed by the United States. The Shah was an ally of the United States. Iran was an ally of the United States. And yet these documentaries are making it seem as if that was a bad thing, right? Why is it a bad thing to be an ally of the United States? Aren't allies supposed to back each other? I mean, Iran, the Shah of Iran backed the United States in 1973 when the United States military fleet was, going somewhere and all the Arab countries refused to give oil to the Americans, but the Shah of Iran backed the United States by sending them oil. So, why is the allyship between the Shah of Iran and America, why is that considered a negative thing? And yet that's what you'll notice in all of these documentaries. They talk about it very negatively. They say the Shah was a puppet of the United States, but they're basically repeating the Islamist communist narrative without even realizing it, which is very, very frustrating.
To see Khomeini at each of his appearances.
There's the MEK, right? There's the MEK. So this is why we Iranians, we have that chant, which is Nang bar se fasid, mullah chapi mujahid, right? So it's basically death to the three corrupt, mullahs, which are the Islamists, chapi, which are the leftists, and mujahid, the MEK, right? Because it was these three groups that worked together, right, to overthrow the Shah and bring in this, Islamic jihadi savage. So I hope this gives you guys context now. right? So when we say Nang bar se fasid, Mullah Chapi Mujahid, we're literally talking about these three groups: the Islamists, the lefties, and the communists, right? So now that you know, let's go back and you can see the three groups here. And by the way, these are the three groups that right now are working together in your countries, pulling this, anti-imperialist narrative. میدونم مرگه. حالا من دارم میگم what that Islamic jihadi Muslim Nazi terrorist is saying is that after the revolution, we wanted to make it very clear that we did not appreciate the leftists and the communists and the Marxists, so we eliminated them, we murdered them, right? Because this is what savages do. Savages will, when they don't when think about all the savages in the Middle East, right? Like when they're not attacking Israel, they're attacking one another, right? But they're united in their hatred for Israel. So when it comes to Israel, they're all unite and attack Israel, right? Because Allah Akbar, whatever. But when there's no war with Israel, they're fighting amongst each other and killing each other because they're literally savages. That's what they do.
The resentment of Iranians.
Nail Bunny, I'm seeing your posts. Where are they getting deleted? On mine or somewhere else? Could it be a YouTube issue? I'm seeing your posts, Nail Bunny. Guys, I'm seeing all your posts in the chat. Like I don't know what you guys are saying. Okay, so guys, it's a YouTube chat issue. All right, it's not me, guys. It's not me. Because I'm seeing all your messages here. You guys might have to refresh. You might have to refresh your screen, maybe, but I don't know. Because I'm not like removing any of your comments. Like I see all your comments here, right? Like I'm seeing your comments. Nothing's being removed here. Okay. But I'm seeing all your comments though, so I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. Sorry, guys. All right. Oh, did you catch that? Marxist militants. Do you know who the Marxist militants are, guys? Tell me. Who are the Marxist militants? Who are the Marxist militants? Exactly. Oh, where's that? Exactly, the MEK, right? The Marxist militants. Very interesting. It's very interesting how this documentary isn't actually calling them out, right? All they say is Marxist militants. But you guys know who they are because you guys watch Iran Revolution Live. So there you go. These Marxist militants, right? These Marxist militants are the ones today that have infiltrated American politics, right? These are the Marxist militants that Newt Gingrich and Rudy Giuliani and Mike Pence, right? Pompeo, I think, as well. John Bolton. All these, like, so-called American conservatives who are attending MEK demonstrations and, speaking at these MEK demonstrations. This is who they are. This is who they are, guys. They've infiltrated conservative politics. Yeah. Marxist militants. There you go, guys. The Marxist militants were the ones who were taking Americans hostage and yelling Allahu Akbar, right? This is why we call it, like, they're Marxist Islamists. Guys, I know the two ideologies don't go together because they're, necessarily like communism and religion, the ideologies are not the same. However, unfortunately, in the case of Iranians, we have like this weird cult, right? Like they're so stupid, they're so uneducated, they're so inbred that they've literally combined Marxism and Islamism and like some weird, right? Like North Korea on jihad, right? It's North Korea on jihad, basically. And these people are just as savage and just like they're even more dangerous. I don't know, just as dangerous. But yeah. So here you go, guys. Here's the MEK. The MEK were the ones who are taking Americans hostage. The same ones that, some of your influential American conservative, former politicians or whatever are now getting paid to promote. What is this? What in the Allahu Akbar jihad is this? This guy's literally raising his like amputated leg. I mean, I would hope this is his own leg. Because it would be very weird if like there was like some guy beside him who had no leg, and then this guy just goes all like Allahu Akbar and is like, ah! And he just like, grabs like the prosthetic leg of the guy next to him and starts waving that. Right? I mean, I would hope this is his own prosthetic leg. Do you see the nonsense that we have been dealing with for the last 47 years? Literally a bunch of like inbred savages. Literally, he's holding a prosthetic leg and yelling Allahu Akbar. Jeez. Yeah, just when you thought they couldn't get any more, guys, I'm telling you, like these people, you have no idea how weird these people are, right? Like, I mean, you have to have like a very weird mentality in the first place to like believe this like jihadi nonsense. But then on top of that, right? Like he's yelling Allahu Akbar, waving a prosthetic leg. Hi, Armin. Welcome.
Hi. Hey. What did I just walk into? Whose leg is that?
I don't know. We're trying to figure out. I mean, I would hope that it's his own leg, because I would pray that he didn't just like, grab the prosthetic leg of the person next to him and just like yank it and start yelling Allahu Akbar. So we decided to watch a documentary about the hostage crisis
nice.
While waiting for you to come back so that we could go to the breaking news.
Oh, okay. Wait, there's breaking news?
There's a lot of footage. Yeah. So remember the videos, we only went over like one or two videos. Okay. And now we decided to wait for you to come back. So if you want to take a quick break to like, eat some food or something.
I have my food. I brought my food with me.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm going through like some soup as well myself, but yeah, okay, let me just finish this part here. But yeah, like Armin, so and I was explaining. Anyways, so okay guys, that's it for the documentary. But if you guys are interested, I can go back to the documentary later tonight if you guys want. We can do a documentary watch party later tonight. But we are going to go to the breaking news. So welcome back, Armin.
Thank you for. I appreciate you guys waiting for me for the breaking news. I'm so touched. That's amazing.
Well, of course. Well, because we also want to give people an opportunity to go to your discussion group, right? So.
Oh my God! Well, you're just the best. I don't know.
Oh, thank you. That's nice of you to say. So, so what we did is we went over all the rallies. So I went over the list of all the rallies in the first half. Or the first little bit, and then played a little bit of my interview with Ariel Whitman, and then I encouraged everyone to go and watch that. And then we played the Shah's 20-minute interview from yesterday with you. And then afterwards, we started our, documentary watch party about the hostage crisis. So, no, this is a lie. No, that never happened. That never happened.
Oh, what did you say?
No, actually, I did it. I did it. I did it. So. She's just causing drama. But I did ban some people in your chat though.
It's okay. Okay.
They were basically like just pro-Palestine people, and they just had the flag of Palestine, and they were just like swearing at people in your chat. Like they weren't even contributing anything. So what I said is that it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Because when they were swearing, I couldn't like have the chat because they were ruining the chat stream here. And I was like, once Iran Revolution Live is over, and we stop streaming together and we unlink our accounts, you can go and you can unban You can unban all those people. Right.
No, thank you.
And
No,
then you can deal with the
do
ballistic.
what you need. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, Armin, I was so proud of the chat. Everyone did very well on the pop quiz about the MEK.
Really?
I'll show you what I mean.
What did you ask
you know what? It's actually, I was very, very, very impressed by that. So here, let me go back here. Where was it?
Really, you have educated our audience, huh?
Well, both of us. Here, I'll explain to you. Where are we here? Let me pull it up.
Good job, guys. So proud of you.
People are paying attention, which makes me really happy.
I think we have the most educated audience on Iranian affairs.
We do.
Our embassy is occupied.
Wait for that.
And our people are taken hostage.
The American embassy itself was the target of an attack by Marxist militants.
So at this point, when the person said Marxist militants, I asked the chat, I was like, okay, guys, who are the Marxist militants? And everyone immediately said MEK. And I was like, there you go.
Right. Yeah.
So that was
to that you could also add the to the party to add that as well.
Pretty much all the communists. Yeah. Pretty much all the communists.
Good job, guys.
So yeah, no, everyone did very well on that pop quiz. All right, Armin, did you want to go to the videos that you have and share the videos that you have?
Right. Yeah, let's do that. I wonder if some of them here. Share screen. But guys, by the way, guys, you are all now Durkha experts. Is that what we call them? you could put that on your resume, because you say we have been watching Iran Revolution live, and now we're all Durkha experts. Okay, so let me see. Oh no, this is this was not from this is not from tonight, but let me just show it real quickly, because look at this cute little baby. That's horse. Adorable. Anyway, so let's go to these. All right, so this is, guys, these are from tonight. Is this the one that we showed? Yeah, we already showed this one. So let's go to this one. Durud bar Reza Shah. So guys, this is supposed to be tonight is the anniversary of the 1979 Islamic Revolution in Iran, and the regime is trying to celebrate it as they do every year. So just in the past hour or so, we basically got to the day that is the anniversary. But as we're speaking right now, Iranian people are opening their windows and they're chanting against the regime, ruining their party, ruining the celebration. So this chant that you're hearing right now from Iran, they're saying Marg bar Khamenei, Durud bar Reza Shah. So death to Khamenei and salutations to King Reza. By the way, guys, which King Reza you think they're talking about? Reza Shah refers to two Shahs. Reza Shah the first and Reza Shah the second, basically Prince Reza Pahlavi. I think they're referring to Prince Reza Pahlavi here. Oh, some people in the chat are saying both. Yeah, maybe both. You're right. By the way, this is a new chant. New chant just dropped. Marg bar Khamenei, Durud bar Reza Shah. That's a new chant. We didn't have that one. So that was one video from tonight. Let's go to the next video. So, guys, it's a competition. You can see it's a competition. Who the people are saying Allahu Akbar, right? They are like pro-regime, and then the people respond to him, Javid Shah, death to Khamenei, right? So you see one guy. So, by the way, I'm hearing from Iranians inside Iran that everywhere they are, they're hearing like for every one person that they're hearing coming out and saying Allah Akbar in favor of the regime. Right now, everybody is chanting, like people are opening their windows and they're chanting, but there's like 20 per people chanting against the regime for like every one person that is chanting for the regime. So basically, the chants show that the regime is failing when it comes to the level of support it has. So there's one guy saying Allahu Akbar, and you can see everybody else is chanting against the regime. This is, by the way, this is what they're supposed to do. The regime wants you to, as soon as it gets close to 12 o'clock, for you to come and say Allahu Akbar. The reason why they're saying Allahu Akbar at the window is because the narrative, the story is that during the Shah time, people will come out and say Allahu Akbar on their rooftops to basically as a chant against the Shah. So they want to repeat that every year as a way to celebrate the revolution. That's why people come out and say Allahu Akbar. But you can see most of the chants are not that. So you see, in آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده, which means this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Guys, if I'm not mistaken, the Allahu Akbar person is just one person, right? Like I'm hearing only one person. It's not like two. Yeah. Let me see what this one is. What is it?
Oh.
Goldie, watch this one. Go watch this one. So look at this lady saying Allahu Akbar in support of the regime, and she's hiding, not to be identified, and they're recording her from behind. So watch this.
Oh.
Did she fall?
Yeah, she fell, and she's like, "Oh, did you get him?" So
oh my god!
So she's trying to say Allahu Akbar and record it and post it, and she fails. And the ladies recording her, they're like, "Oh, she get him." They're happy that she fell.
Oh gosh, so funny.
So they're so happy that she fell. Watch this one more time. The two ladies recording her were like so happy with it. Oh wait, why did it turn like this here? Let's go.
Oh, oh,
Jigera.
Oh my god,
that was a good one. Okay,
but guys, do you notice how empty the alleyway is? So, like, back when the Islamic Revolution first happened 47 years ago, the alleyways, the roads, the streets would have been packed with people, and now it's just like this one old lady, right, who's has like one foot in the grave. So if you're wondering how much support the Islamic regime has, there you go. This is like the jihadi version of the 4th of July, right? So this is the jihadi Islamic version of the 4th of July, and no one's out, right? Except for like a few old people that are yelling Allahu Akbar.
So Goldie, I have a question. I think that the regime, unfortunately, like when the day comes and they have the rally, it is possible, not 100%, that they, because of all the evil tactics that they're going to use, it is possible that they're going to be able to show a big rally.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. Absolutely. Well, I mean, there's already like AI footage that's coming out. I think Neo Berg showed like some AI footage or something. But yeah, absolutely. They're going to use AI. They're going to use computer generated images. They're also going to force people to come out. So they might force the families of people who've been arrested to come out, because they're going to say, like, if you don't come out and join the demonstration, we're going to execute your loved ones. So
right, yeah. So yeah, just be mindful of that, guys, in case you see large crowds. All right, so let's go to this one. Look, guys, you see the fireworks? Those are the fireworks of the Islamic Republic trying to celebrate the anniversary of their Islamic Revolution victory in 1979 and the fall of Pahlavi. But so this is the celebration of the fall of Pahlavi. Oh, while people are saying Javid Shah, this is actually what's poetic about it, and ironic actually, that they're celebrating the fall of Pahlavi. But Iranian people have never been more pro Pahlavi than now. Actually, this is actually a very interesting point now that I think about it. The Islamic Republic is celebrating the fall of Pahlavi, but let me know, Iranians in the chat, let me know if you think what I'm saying is true or not. I think Iranians are now even more pro Pahlavi today than they were when Pahlavi was in Iran. Because I think they appreciate Pahlavi even more than then. So not only Pahlavi hasn't fallen, Pahlavi is now more popular than it has ever been in Iran. Yeah, people in Iranians are saying 100%. They're saying daqiqan درسته, absolutely. Okay, so yes. So yeah, Pahlavi hasn't fallen. People are shouting Javid Shah while you're celebrating the fall of Pahlavi.
Javid Shah! Javid Shah! Javid Shah!
Oh, actually, somebody in my chat is saying "On vaqt misl mahi to ab budan." Oh, and somebody in my chat is saying at that time they were like fish in the water. So just like fish in water doesn't appreciate water, only a fish outside of water appreciates water. So they're saying Iranians love Pahlavi because now they're like a fish out of water. Back then we didn't appreciate it because we didn't even see it because we were surrounded by it. That's actually very good description. Yeah. All right, so let's go to the next one. By the way, guys, these are all dark, but we're going to get more tomorrow when we have the show, Iran Revolution Live. We're probably going to see some interesting videos tomorrow coming, because tomorrow, I mean, basically later today is going to be the day of the rally. So everybody is waiting to see what the Islamic Republic is going to do. What are the kind of people that are going to show up? I'm almost sure that some Iranians are going to secretly try to like record their low numbers or maybe whatever is happening. So we're going to probably be seeing some interesting videos coming tomorrow. Amir in the chat saying, "Oh, not against YouTube eat comments is a bug."
Yeah, so Arvin, I was going to mention to everyone who's joined us back since the group discussion, there's a weird bug in the YouTube live chat. So people's messages are either not coming through or being deleted or something. So yeah, it's just like a weird like bug that's happening. So you guys might have to refresh your YouTube feeds like a few times or something to make it work. So
okay. All right, let's watch this one. So you see the fireworks, but in the distance, somebody says, a woman chanted, "Death to dictator," and this one is saying, "Khamenei qatil," means murderers Khamenei. Khamenei qatil zehi khiyal batil. This refers to the Elon Musk tweet. Remember, Elon Musk tweeted zehi khiyal batil, which means like in your dreams, in a very poetic Persian way. So now Iranians have turned that into a chat saying Khamenei qatil zay khiyal batil, which means murderers Khamenei in your dreams, like your victory in your dreams. So again, this is like the Elon Musk chant. This looks upside down, by the way. Yeah, this is upside down. You see, I think that's the street. This is the building. This is the sky. That's the fireworks. So this is upside down. So, oh, you hear the Javid Shah in the back, guys. This is actually very like beautiful and poetic. You see the fireworks supposed to be celebrating the fall of Pahlavi, but somewhere in the distance, you hear like a Javid Shah. By the way, this is happening all over Iran right now, guys. Like in the darkness of the night, you could hear people saying Javid Shah, Pahlavi will return. This is another one. So this one, they're chanting Death to Khamenei. And then we have this one. So these are mostly Death to Khamenei. All right, so let me see. Then we have this one. Death to Khamenei. By the way, guys, I hope you appreciate how brave this is, because this is after a 50,000 massacre of people who are against the regime, and they're not like, and you're coming out and chanting, like you're doing this from your home, right? Like if they find you, they know where you live, and you're chanting against the regime after like the greatest act of mass killing of a regime, anti-regime Iranians in the history of our country. People are still chanting against the regime. That is like a lot. You would think they would be like, okay, that's it. We're not doing that anymore. Let's go home and call it quits. But no. Look at this. So they're saying Magbar Khamenei, death to Khamenei, and death to the dictator. Look at this, guys. Look at how many people are chanting. Like, because this is an area which you can see apartment complexes, so you see a higher number of people shouting. But like, if you open your window, like most people like are like there's a wave of people chanting against the regime. Death to dictator. Like, that's a lot of people chanting against the regime. And guys, by the way, notice in this video where you have this many apartments, like this many people opening their windows and chanting, like not a single Allahu Akbar here. So not a single chant in favor of the regime. Somebody in the chat is saying, is Armin Iranian? Like, how do you not, like, you're a member of my channel. How do you not know that? Yes, I am Iranian. Like, okay. Okay. Right. Yes, I am. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Let's start a rumor. Armin's not Iranian.
Hey, that's not okay. That's not a good rumor. Like, no. You know, there are a lot of Basijis on the Persian channel that come and say that. Like, to Irani nisti, to Irani khafe sho, to Irani nisti.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Why, you're supposed to have like a Durka accent, like from Karbala in Iranian?
Yeah. So guys, I tell Goldie that on the Persian channel, I have some, because I still like when I speak Persian, because I've been away from Iran for so many years, I have a little bit of an accent. So many people, Basijis will come on my chat and they say like, look, you're not even Iranian with your stupid accent. So they deny me being Iranian. Oh, I saw this first. Like I haven't watched it yet, but this was on my to watch list. This is important. Like I was going to mention this to you.
This is what we watched while you were away. You need to go back and watch the whole thing, but there was one part here. There was one part here that the chat insisted that we have to watch together. So here you go.
Okay. I haven't seen this yet.
A last question, Prince. The you mentioned Persia is very old. It's 25 centuries old. Cyrus the Great and others. It's been an empire forever, and it defeated the Parthians. It goes way back. But Islam is very old in Iran as well, and there are these enormous centers of learning for Islam within Iran. After a iteration to democracy, what will be the position of those traditional Muslim studies and Islamic scholars and mullahs? Will they have their freedoms recognized and protected as well?
Well, freedom of religion should be one of the guarantees of a constitution that is based on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And therefore, when we say we want to have a secular alternative, that doesn't mean that we have anti-religious thoughts. But as much as religions have to have their right place in society, what about the right of atheists? What about the right of the LGBT?
Oh my God. He said the word atheist. I didn't think I could love this man any more than this, but apparently I could. Thank you. He started with us. He started with atheists. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Usually people just say non-religious. They don't mention the atheist.
You want to hear that again?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Well, freedom of religion should be one of the guarantees of a constitution that is based on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And therefore, when we say we want to have a secular alternative, that doesn't mean that we have anti-religious thoughts. But as much as religions have to have their right place in society, what about the right of atheists? What about the right of the LGBTQ community? What about human rights in general? I think a future constitution that will be guaranteeing those rights, among them includes freedom of religion. Now,
this
one
is what we've
of
been
us.
fighting for.
One of us. You're one of us. There you go. I mean, of course, like there was never an issue there, but there you go.
This is what we've been fighting for so long.
It's not just freedom of religion, but freedom from religion is a very important right as well. Freedom from religion is just as important as freedom of religion.
Perfectly said, Goldie. And also, I want to, guys, think about the position of Islam in Iran, that the guy has to even ask that. Like, we don't need to deny the freedom of religion to Muslims. The fact that we already gotten to the part where the reporter has to ask, but what about the Muslims? What about their right? Already shows how far they have fallen. That you have to be concerned about the position of Islam in Iran. Like you wouldn't be worried about the position of Islam in Iran if Islam was popular in Iran, right? You wouldn't be like, oh, but what about Islam? Islam must be dying in Iran that you even have to ask that question. You don't need to, guys. This is why Goldie and I support freedom of religion and from religion, because you don't need to force Islam out. You need to expose Islam. They have the right, they have the freedom to say whatever they believe, and we have the freedom to expose them. And that, as long as we're free to do that, it will just die out naturally without us forcing it out, as it is right now. I mean, in Iran, if anything, the force was on their side, and still they're dying. So this shows that we don't need to force. We don't need force to destroy like Islam, all we need to do is shine a light on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone was asking about the Baha'is, guys. So there was freedom of religion in Iran prior to 1979. So prior to 1979, people who are of the Baha'i faith lived freely in Iran just like everyone else. It was only when the Islamic regime took over that they started persecuting the Baha'i people. So we're fighting for everyone, right? Freedom of religion, that includes the Baha'is. Like why would we exclude the Baha'is? Like guys, we're not like Allahu Akbar jihad savages, right? We believe in freedom of religion.
Yeah.
So
Atheists are kind of like Jews. If you see their
they're
rights
treated
being
even
protected,
worse. Treated even worse than
Yeah.
Jews by the Islamic regime. They have zero rights.
yeah. But if you see atheists being protected in a society, you kind of feel like, okay, everybody else is also okay, right? Yeah.
There you go. All right, I thought you'd like that. That was a little clip.
We did it. Yeah, we finally, guys, this is like decades of atheist activism. Atheist activism for the sake of atheists being seen and recognized and accepted as part of the society. And now we're mentioned by the most popular Iranian in the world. So this is a major achievement for us. Thank you. Goldie,
Congratulations.
thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you guys. Thank you, Goldie, and everybody in the chat that wanted this to be like, you guys wanted to show. You guys are so sweet. I'm so touched. I love you guys. Thank you.
Aw. We love you too.
Thank
The
you.
chat loves you too.
Oh.
You're the best. So
Thank you.
all right. So 2C TV is starting at 6:00. Is there any more footage that you would like to share, Armin? I know there's a lot of footage coming out, so we'll go to what you have first, and then we can just go through some of the other things, and then 2C comes on at 6 p.m.
I mean, the rest of them are pretty similar. They're videos from inside the dark, from the city, people chanting. So it's a bit like similar to what I've shown you already.
Okay.
But I will keep on, like, what I would do. How about this? How about I'll show them if I see anything that is different. I'll show it tomorrow. So I think we're good for now. I'll just ask. And also, I just want to thank Sohail. The ones that I showed you was sent to me by Sohail, and also Neil Bunny was also mentioned and sent me some stuff that I haven't gotten to share, but I have to go through them to see which ones to share. But yeah, I think we're good for now.
So Senator Lindsey Graham put out a post. To the brave people of Iran, President Trump has always heard your cries and demands for justice. The regime has proven yet again it's incapable of real change. If this regime continues the course they are on, then I believe President Trump's statement that help is on the way is becoming more real by the day. Unfortunately, a lot of Iranians are misinterpreting that, and they're being like, well, what do you mean? Was it not real before? Was he lying? But like, this is President Trump is speaking through Senator Lindsey Graham. So like, he's sending a message here. And then when you take this message, right, of help is on the way, and then you put that in context of what King Reza Pahlavi said yesterday, right? Like, this is what I'm trying to explain to people. Like, you can't just look at one person or one individual and think this is it. You have to look at all the pieces of the puzzle, right? So what Senator Lindsey Graham said, when you take it in the context of what King Reza Pahlavi said yesterday, it makes sense.
هم میهنان شجاع و مبارزم. همانطوری که خوب می‌دانید، جمهوری اسلامی همیشه تلاش کرده است که ایجاد یأس و ناامیدی بکند. ما این همه جوان و مردم هوشیار از دست ندادیم که بقیه شما امیدی به زندگی نداشته باشید. بالعکس، ما با زنده ماندنمون ایرانمون رو نجات خواهیم داد. درگیر این مسائل حاشیه‌ای و بحث‌های فرعی نشید که فلان جا این حرف زده شده یا مذاکره انجام شده. ایمان داشته باشید به پیروزی خودتون، ایمان داشته باشید به قدرت خودمون و باور داشته باشید که این بار جهانیان پشت سر شما خواهند ایستاد و از آزادی شما حمایت خواهند کرد. دست در دست هم پیش خواهیم رفت و دشمن را شکست خواهیم داد. پیروزی از آن شماست، آینده ایران.
Right. So when he says the world will stand with you and support your freedom, and then you take that in context of what Senator Lindsey Graham is saying today, right?
And Goldie, you're so right, because also in addition to that, this is something that maybe non-Iranians who haven't been following Prince Reza Pahlavi don't know, which makes this is why this gives me a lot of hope. What he's saying is that Prince Reza Pahlavi, usually in the past couple of decades when he speaks, he's very careful not to promise something. He doesn't use his political capital lightly. He's very conservative when it comes to using his political capital, so that he doesn't say something will happen and it doesn't happen. Or he's always trying to wait until he has full data and full information and guarantee before he makes a move or makes a statement. Like that's how he has always been. This is why this is for us who know that that has been his method. When he speaks with this much confidence and tells us that something is happening, for us is very encouraging, because we know that we know his record, how conservative he is.
Yeah. So that's why it's so important, guys. That's why it's so important to look at the entire picture, right? Like you have to, like people are just kind of looking at individual trees, but what's that saying? Like you have to see the forest for the trees or something, right? Like you have to like take a step back and you have to look at the entire picture to understand what's going on, right?
Right.
So there you go. Yeah, that's what I wanted to share. And then Armin, what are your thoughts on that Palestinian terrorist coming out as an MEK supporter? That was some fun drama.
I know, right? And he's supporting the Kurdish separatists too. I don't like disgusting.
So weird. So yeah, guys. So for those of you who are not following me on X, so Mossab, right? Mossab, the Palestinian jihadi terrorist, for the last few weeks, he's gone like very weird. And he's like putting out all these like very disgusting posts. Like at one point he referred to Iranian women as like, Botox women or something. He's like, insulting the Shah. He's like talking down to Iranians. He's just like putting out a lot of weird posts. And then he started going very like MEK narrative, MEK propaganda. So we were like, okay, like so we were like, this guy's being paid. This guy is definitely being paid, right? Because it doesn't make sense, right? Like for example, he puts a post like no kings, no mullahs, free people. Like this, guys, this is literally an MEK slogan. No Shah, no mullah, right? That's what the MEK have. That's what the MEK say. So, and guys, literally, no one supports the MEK unless they're paid by the MEK, right? Literally, no Iranian supports them. You guys have already seen they're militants who took Americans hostage during the American hostage crisis. And ever since then, they've been using the money given to them by Saddam Hussein to pay people to push their agenda. So again, no random. By the way, like Mossab's not even Iranian. The guy's like some, jihadi Palestinian terrorist, right? So it's very strange for like some random Palestinian to just wake up one day and be like, no kings, no mullahs, right? As if like, first of all, your opinion as like a garbage Palestinian is irrelevant. Like no one cares. Second of all, like who are you to tell Iranians what we want and what we don't want? Yeah, this is the guy who's supposedly pro-Israel, but he's getting paid by the anti-Semitic MEK, right? He's getting paid. And I'll explain how I know. So, whenever stuff like this comes about, like this is like a red flag for all of us Iranians. And we're like, what is this? Like, what's going on? This guy must be getting paid. So we start. My bad. Wait, I can't hear your voice.
I was like, what the hell happened? Did MEK get you?
Yeah, the MEK. No, you know what? I pushed back on the wrong screen. So I pushed back on the studio screen.
Oh my God.
instead of on the screen that I was sharing. So
Okay.
my bad. I've done that before. I've done that before as well. Okay, so he posts this, right? He posts this like no kings, no mullahs, like this MEK garbage nonsense. And I'm like, all right, like this is like this guy he's definitely being paid by the MEK. Definitely being paid by the MEK because there's no point, no reason why that wouldn't happen. Like there's no reason why he would say something like that. And then where's my
There's
quote?
one option. I could tell you one other theory. Do you want to hear
No,
it?
because terror. No. We don't need the theory because Terror Alarm confirmed it.
Okay.
So Terror Alarm, and by the way, guys, so this Terror Alarm account, like this account is not a pro monarchy account. Like this account is actually not supportive of Pahlavi at all, right? I don't know where they are, but this account comes out and says he like reposts one of Mossab's MEK jihadi nonsense posts, and then he says, "I doubt it is your genuine opinion, Mossab. The MEK terrorists offered us bitcoins to post exactly the same things against monarchists you are posting these days, and we refused, even though we never supported Pahlavi." So we pretty much have confirmation that the MEK is using Bitcoin to pay influencers to promote their jihadi propaganda and narrative. And then Niak wrote this best. So he writes, the attacks against the Pahlavi family are orchestrated by Mujahideen Khalq terrorists and the Islamic Republic of Iran. There is no difference between them, none. Then there are those who have a price. They sell themselves without shame and unsurprisingly return to their old terrorist Palestinian allies. And then there are those who do not have a price, those who still have honor. Terror Alarm stands firmly in that category on this issue. There are those who have a price and they sell themselves, and there are those who have no price, they have dignity and principles. Terror Alarm stands on the right side of this issue, not for money, not for fear, but for truth. History will remember who stood firm and who chose to be bought. And guys, remember, this account, okay? Yeah, I've blocked Mossab, so whatever, there you go. So Terror Alarm, right? Like this account makes it very clear that they're not Pahlavi supporters. So they don't even support King Reza Pahlavi, right? But they have integrity. So they basically exposed Mossab. So there you go, guys. For once a terrorist, always a terrorist. And keep in mind the MEK, right? The MEK are the ones who work with Yasser Arafat and the Palestinians. The MEK are the ones who murdered Americans, right? The MEK are literally Islamic terrorists. And Mossab sold his soul to these Islamic terrorists who want to destroy America and destroy the United States. So there you go. Just thought you guys might want to know. So again, like just back to my point, when people start putting out this propaganda and attacking King Reza Pahlavi, there's always a reason behind it. Follow the money. All right, Armin, I'm done my little rant.
That was that was good. That was a good rant. And I think like one thing can I mention to the Israelis that because Mossab is now supporting Kurdish separatist groups, I think it's very important that we tell Israelis why supporting Kurdish separatists is really bad for Israel. Should I mention that? Do you want me to touch on that?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So, guys, unlike what people tell you about Israel being a warmongering country, Israel is very, very much more obsessed with peace than most countries. Because other countries, when they participate in wars, they are basically defending their borders and they're maybe defending they're defending their safety and security of their citizens. But when Israel is participating in war, they're defending their entire existence. Because other people, when they get attacked, their borders are being attacked. Israel, when it gets attacked, its entire existence is being attacked. So Israelis are more interested in peace than most people in the world, because war is basically an existential crisis for Israel. So every time Israel participates in the war, it doesn't start war. Other people bring war to Israel, and Israel is trying to end the wars. This is why Israel is more interested in stability in the Middle East than any other country in the Middle East, because for them it's a matter of survival. This is why a stable Middle East is very important for Israel. And nothing brings more instability than the border integrity of 4 different countries being challenged, for example, with Kurdish separatists. The Kurdish area, the Free Kurdistan movement, wants a piece of Iran, a piece of Iraq, a piece of Syria, and a piece of Turkey. That is instability in the region on a scale that you can't even imagine, which is a perfect environment for the growth of more Islamic militia groups like Hamas, Jihad Islami, Hezbollah, Kataeb, and many other groups. Failed states and close to failed states are exactly how terrorist groups grow. It's basically a best place for them to grow. So supporting separatist groups means more instability in the region, means more terrorist groups that will challenge Israel, means more October 7th, more events like October 7th. For Israel, stability in the region comes when you have other countries, strong countries, that are allies of Israel. And no country has more of a potential to be a strong country that is an ally of Israel more than Iran. So losing that opportunity to support groups that are going to cause chaos in the region and create more tension and more terrorist groups to attack Israel doesn't make sense for Israel. Supporting the border integrity of Iran and a strong, independent Iran that is an ally of Israel, that is what brings Israel peace and stability. And we know that because before, when Iran was under the Pahlavi dynasty, Iran was a source of stability, not just in Iran, but in the entire Middle East. So going back to a strong Iran will bring stability in the Middle East, just like it did before. And that is the best thing for Israel.
I agree. I mean, the other thing as well is a lot of these like Kurdish militia groups, unfortunately, they have been brainwashed by the Soviets. That's why a lot of their flags and imagery and symbols, it ties into communism, because all of these like Kurdish separatist movements, they're all funded originally by the Soviets. So it's very communist in nature as well, very similar to the MIGA.
That's exactly. And that's why Kurdish separatists hate Pahlavi more than they hate the mullahs, because Pahlavi represents to them imperialism, capitalism, and they're more against that. They want a communist utopia like Rajava or whatever they have.
Yeah, which is messed up. Which is messed up because when Pahlavi was in power, he was actually keeping the Kurds outside of Iran safe just by his strength. So, for example, the Kurds in northern Iraq were safe because Saddam would never attack the Kurds in northern Iraq when Pahlavi was there, because Saddam was afraid of Pahlavi retaliating and protecting the Kurds. So.
Yeah, and three more small points regarding Kurdish separatist groups. First of all, please understand that the vast majority of Iranian Kurds are patriotic people who support Pahlavi, and they are Iranian first and Kurdish second, and they want to protect the border integrity of Iran. And the Kurdish people are the first people that would volunteer to the Kurdish Iranians will fight the Kurdish separatists themselves. The point, how much time do you have? Okay.
Oh, we have like
points.
4 minutes. No, you have 4 minutes. You're good. You're good. I just put it up here so people stop freaking out about Tutsi going live.
Yeah. Okay. So that's point 1. Point 2 is that the Kurdish separatists in Iran, which are a minority of Kurds in Iran, because most Iranian Kurds are patriotic, but those minority Kurdish separatist groups, the number one people that they have killed, the most people that they have killed are other Kurds. So this is another reason why you shouldn't be supporting Kurdish separatist groups, because they're not even united. They kill each other more than they kill other people. right? So even like if the idea of an independent Kurdistan is insane because they are not a united group. They're constantly killing each other. They kill each other more than they kill everyone else. That's point number 2. Point number 3 is that we actually have like so we have Turkish separatist groups, which again, the vast majority of Iranian Azeris are not separatists, but we actually have a slightly higher number of Turkish separatist groups than Kurdish separatist groups. And if you want to support separatist groups, you also have to realize that the territory that they want overlaps. So if you're supporting separatist groups, you're going to have chaos between the Kurdish and the Turkish separatist groups fighting each other because the areas that they want as their territory independent overlaps with each other. So the Kurds and Turks don't even agree with each other. It's not like there's going to be their Azerbaijan separate from the free Kurdistan state, separate from each other. No, they're going to also be fighting each other over territory. So this is how you're going to have decades of bloodbath in the region. Oh, one last thing is that the Kurds, there's a video of 3 Kurdish Iranian women demonstrating how much they value them being Iranian, because they were, all 3 Kurdish women, they were speaking Kurdish and they couldn't understand each other. So their Kurdish dialect was so different that the only way that they could communicate, so all 3 of them were speaking Kurdish, but none of them could understand each other. And the only way to communicate among them was to speak in Persian. So they released that video to show how their Iranian identity bonds them, because their Kurdish dialects were so different that they couldn't communicate with each other using Kurdish. So these were some points that I just wanted to add.
I want to go to one of the questions. So this is a really good question, guys. So someone's like, the historical grievances during Mahalbad 1946. Guys, were you not paying attention to a single thing that I said? I told you that these Kurdish separatist groups are literally like funded by the Soviets, right? It was a destabilization. This was all part of the Cold War. Literally, all you have to do is Google Republic of Mahalbad, okay? It was a short-lived Kurdish self-governing unrecognized state from January 22 to December 15, and the Republic of Mahalbad was a puppet state of the Soviet Union. Okay? Do you see that? So they were communist traitors who were basically trying to take our land because they were funded by the Soviets. So again, all of these like Kurdish separatist groups, right? Literally, just Google it. Just look it up. They were all traitors, and they got what was coming to them. They got what they deserved. They got what they deserved because no one messes with our territorial integrity, right?
Right.
There you go.
And yeah, exactly, Goldie. Exactly, they got what they deserve. And a lot of people say Reza Shah, the first Pahlavi, was anti-Kurdish. He was not anti-Kurdish. He was pro-Kurdish. He was anti-Kurdish separatist, and rightfully so, because he was protecting the borders of Iran
from the Soviets. He was protecting the the Iran's territorial integrity from Soviet Russia and the USSR.
Exactly.
There you go.
He saved Iran. Yeah.
All right. Bye, Armin.
Bye, guys. Bye. I'm Israel Chai Javisha.
Welcome back to Tusi TV. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your global news channel. I'm Maya Tusi, and Iran are seeing once again protests against the Islamic Republic as the IRGC are preparing their 47th anniversary of the paramilitary coup of 1979. The Iranian people are confronting them, they are challenging them, and they are drowning the sounds of fireworks by chanting, well, death to Khamenei and long live the king. As tensions escalate between the United States and the Islamic occupation of Iran, the Iranian nation, as you guys know, they are basically in the largest prison in the world. Millions and millions of people, 90 million people have been taken hostage by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. We have a number of videos to show you guys a couple of the confrontations on the streets between the regime forces and, of course, the freedom-loving Iranians, and a number of other updates about the U.S. talks with the Islamic Republic. First things first, let's talk about what's going on the ground. The Iranians tonight are fighting back against the celebrations of the 47th anniversary. Of course, there are fireworks, there's whatever's going on by the regime, but people's voices seem to be a bit louder than the regime's fireworks. They're saying death to the Islamic Republic, death to the dictator. You can see the fireworks. Now, one thing to consider is following the recent wave of uprising, people are very cautious and careful not to film around to show anyone's faces or basically any group, especially people's windows. So we are getting a lot of videos, angles, fixed angles like this, but you can hear the sound. Hang on. Very harrowing. Yeah, death to Khamenei, death to the dictator, and death to the Islamic Republic. A mother on the ground, on the streets, we are seeing confrontation as well. A mother who lost her daughter in the recent uprising on the streets decided to confront the regime forces and supporters on the streets. While they were celebrating, of course, but of course, at the same time, the Islamic side decided to gang up on her and assaulted her and her youngest daughter, the sister of the girl who was murdered. Let's go and see what happened there. I'll translate.
زن مردم که میگه من بچه‌مو کشتی رو دارم میزنم.
They're going to attack her.
وای این خانومی که با بچه‌ش اومده میگه بچه منو کشتی، اینا باز دارن بهش توهین میکنن و فحش میدن. وای این واقعیت دین اسلامینه. نگاه کن.
They're attacking her and her daughter. This is the reality right now on the ground. So, yes, the man was just explaining, obviously, there was subtitles, but in case you couldn't see it, that the woman was confronting the regime. They're out there celebrating the anniversary of the paramilitary coup of 79, while obviously they also killed her daughter. And their response is to basically start assaulting her and her other daughter on the street. So we unfortunately, we don't know right now about the well-being of this woman, what has happened to her and her younger daughter, whether they've been taken. That tends to happen, obviously. But these guys, they're fighting back. They've got nothing to lose right now in Iran. As I said, there are 90 million hostages right now. This is the largest prison that we are currently having. Massive borders, massive forces walking around the streets, obviously patrolling the streets and closing down with checkpoints, literally like living in a massive prison. Confrontations continue by the Iranians as the regime celebrate their anniversary. So this guy is walking around, is a regime member, saying Allah, right? The usual nonsense about their Allah, and people respond, death to Khamenei. And then they started hitting back, insulting back. It's trying to fight back.
زهر ما رو الله اکبر. گوساله روانی خفه شما با 30,000 نفر رو کشتن.
That is officially my favorite insult, by the way.
ریدن به الله تو اون رهبر چلاقت. خارکسته روانی.
Yes, I completely forgot that the Iranians love one specific word when it comes to insulting people. Retarded. And The guy was walking around on his own chanting Allah, and obviously people are gonna I'm just gonna go back to the translation, the subtitles, because this is my favorite bit. So he says Allah and then shut the hell up with your Allahu Akbar, and then shut the F up, you retarded lamb. That's the best way to translate what that actually means, by the way. It's the direct translation. You retarded lamb. Yeah. And also, yeah, I mean, this is not really PG-13. He did a number 2 on the Allah and the leader, Ali Khamenei. Yeah, don't mess with the Iranian people right now. They're not really happy. They're not really patient. But unfortunately, obviously, a lot of people who have been murdered, their deaths have, of course, affected their families and their loved ones. A lot of people are depressed. A lot of people are ready to fight back. But one man, Sajjad Samadi, he wanted to have a birthday. He organized his birthday party. He called his friends. He invited them. And of course, the uprising happened and he was killed by the Islamic occupation forces. His friends and relatives and family decided today is his birthday. They decided to still have a birthday party for him at his grave. Watch. This is the resilience of the Iranian people. This is how they're fighting back. Yeah. They are not just mourning and crying. They are still fighting back. Happy birthday. You're singing happy birthday. Sad, but this is the power of the Iranian spirit right now. They are refusing to bow down. They are refusing to show any sign of defeatism. And this, it's killing the regime every time they see these sort of things, because they want people to be on their knees. They want people to surrender. But the Iranian people have decided to not surrender, not give up. Now, fireworks continue by the Islamic occupation, but people somehow are louder than the fireworks. You can just about hear the fireworks, just about. It's crazy stuff. And of course, President Trump and the United States are still preparing. They are mobilizing more troops towards the Middle East, despite a lot of speculations that the United States will abandon the Iranian people. That has not happened. And we're going to go to that because Lindsey Graham has a new statement as well. The US military are adding more defensive capabilities to be able to protect themselves, their troops, and the regional countries to tell the Arabs to shut the F up. The operation is happening whether you like it or not. And of course, we gave you a full update on the military mobilization earlier on, especially when it comes to Azerbaijan and Armenia being a key location to penetrate Iran from the northern parts. The US military, there's also an update in terms of their aircraft carriers, but we'll get to that in a second. Tonight in Iran, occupied Iran, the chants of long live the king. And of course, people are still out. This is bravery, by the way. What you're doing, the guy is basically writing "Long live the king" on a billboard. Considering that we are literally at this point living in the middle of martial law, checkpoints, military everywhere, across the streets, but there are still people brave enough to go out there and, of course, do their graffitis and obviously spray paint, "Long live the king." But I mean, in the middle of all this is obviously, these are dark times for a lot of people. Having said that, the best medicine at times is a bit of distraction with laughter. Now, it's time to make fun of the IRGC. Ladies and gentlemen, a lone IRGC woman decided to fight back against millions of Iranians right now who are chanting across the country. They are chanting "Death to Khamenei." They are chanting "Long live the king." One single lone IRGC woman decided to go on her rooftop and decided to single-handedly chant "Allah Akbar," right? The problem with that is that, one, nobody responded. Two, a bit of a whoopsie happened. She fell down. Keep watching. What happened? Hang on. Let's go back to her. How did she slide down? Watch this. She's holding a phone. Don't hold the phone. Every time. Every single time. Now, this is now officially my favorite meme of the revolution. This moment symbolically, perfectly paints the picture that the Islamic Republic is literally falling. They are sliding down. Okay, I know we saw it. Just one more time. This is the last time. I have to. I can't. Hang on. Wait for it. She called for her Allah, and her Allah said, "Come here, you B word." Now, that aside, we're not really sure how she is doing right now, whether she's injured or not. But people are continuing to completely drown the sound of their celebrations and fireworks. Let's go back to Iran. Listen to that. Death to the dictator. Now, the Iranian hostages continue to also chant and shout "Long live the king" from their windows.
ساعت 9 شب پاینده ایران جاوید شاه.
Long live Iran, long live the king. Death to Khamenei. That's how you do it. Somebody in the live chat said, Carol, of course, Carol, said, Tusi is enjoying thoroughly the lady falling down. Yeah. If you're going to go around living your life screaming, Allah, and killing people, yeah, I'm going to laugh at you when you fall over. It's funny. Karma's a bitch. Anyway, on the issue of the United States, before we give you guys a statement by Lindsey Graham again, another post, let's go back to, I think this is the final clip, one of the clips from, again, the prisoners that are Iranians. This is harrowing. After Khamenei. Look how beautiful the country is. Completely wrecked. But yes. Lindsey Graham decided to post earlier on, a couple of hours ago, to the brave people of Iran. President Trump has always heard your cries and demands for justice. The regime has proven yet again it is incapable of real change. If this regime continues the course they are on, then I believe President Trump's statement that help is on the way is becoming more real by the day. Now, whether Lindsey Graham says this or not, we already know the trend right now. As things stand, unless something unexpected happens this week, we are technically having the next round of negotiations scheduled for next week. And by that time, you are also getting more troops joining the Middle East, including another aircraft carrier, which we'll get to in a second, which means that by next Friday, next weekend, as of that moment, the war with the Islamic Republic would be imminent. Unless, as I said, something unexpected happens between now and next Friday or next Saturday or whenever. I don't think anything will happen now, but the IRGC might freak out because they have said that the moment we get intel that the Israelis or the Islamic or the United States are planning to attack, we will do a preemptive attack on Israel and the US bases. So if that happens, which I still believe is unlikely, at least this week, at least before the negotiations, we now have heard that the next round might be the last round, the last attempt, because both sides are very hard on the red lines. It's not really nuclear, it's the ballistic missiles. And the Islamic Republic can't really move away from that red line. The ballistic missile program is the final thing that they have. And it's the most dangerous thing that they have. It's not really the nuclear thing. The nuclear thing is just an excuse. It's the ballistic missiles. And unless they come up with some sort of clever plan to be able to basically trick everybody and get some sort of temporary deal, limited deal, which is still unlikely, then that meeting will be the last meeting. But we'll get to that when that happens. President Trump has now said that he will be sending an additional aircraft carrier to the Middle East, as well as USS Abraham Lincoln. Now, we have talked about the USS George H.W. Bush. Now, that one, there was, technically, officially speaking, it's been on training, right? But the Department of War indicated earlier that what you hear might not be true. I mean, we do know they've been doing training anyway, because they've been posting pictures from USS George H.W. Bush. They have been doing some drills, but it has slightly moved locations. Plans could change, but there's also the other that could be sent, but that's not really the main priority. It's not really about any additional aircraft carrier. It's about also the existing equipment that have been sent at this point from the United States to Europe to the Middle East, which continues every single day. Now, back to the protests. Let's go to the next video we received. Death to Khamenei. You can still hear it. Now, crazy stuff still happening. What? Okay. Don't know what's going on with that. Thank you very much for this. I forgot. Okay, I don't know what's happening here. What chances do you think the US will intervene? At this point, it's 99%, unless the Islamic Republic find a way to not necessarily trick the Americans, because the Americans can't be tricked in that sense, But if they could find a way to massively compromise, even if it's a fake compromise, but they have to then sell it to their own people. It's a very, very difficult position right now. The Islamic Republic will have to find a way to, for example, sacrifice the ballistic missiles, which is very difficult, because if they do that, firstly, as I said, it's very important to them, but also, if for those who think that the Islamic Republic are just one group and they're all very united and whatever the leadership says, everybody follows, you are very wrong, because you've got the hardliners inside the country. The moment they hear, even right now, they are chanting and they are screaming that Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, and the government are sellouts. They are already saying that you are surrendering by even talking to the Americans. So for the people in the Islamic Republic, they're not even happy about the talks. Now you have to, if you are the negotiating team by the Islamic Republic, you have to, even if you find a way to sacrifice just to make a deal to buy some time, it's not going to be a real deal. It's not going to be a peace deal. It's not going to be a deal to save the Islamic Republic, because the regime is falling anyway, with or without the US intervention. But if they try to do, to buy some time, they have to sell it to their own people. There will be a coup inside the Islamic Republic if they are not careful. And that is the biggest problem right now, biggest obstacle. A lot of people are worried about Witkoff and Jared Kushner and President Trump. Oh, what if they sell it? Oh, what if they get tricked? Why is it that nobody's worried about the biggest crisis right now inside Iran, which is the leadership of the Islamic Republic? If Abbas Araghchi even decides to somehow sign a semi-deal with compromises, they're going to kill him the moment he gets back to Tehran. So based on that, there's not going to be a deal. So even if they manage to get Khamenei to convince him, the rest of the hardliners on the streets, they're going to go absolutely mental. There are currently 3 or 4 wings in the Islamic Republic. The IRGC itself has been split into like 3 or 4 different wings. And that's going to be completely problematic for them. And the regime is weaker than ever before. So the threat is not really just about the external threat, Israel or the US, and it's not even the Iranian people, it's their own people. And that is the biggest thing that they have to worry about right now. Let's quickly go to another video. The chants of long live the king. Despite the massacre, they're still fighting. Yeah, someone said hang on. One of the most important things that has now happened earlier today is actually about what President Trump said. So a lot of focus has been on nuclear. And as I said, nuclear is just an excuse. It's not really the main issue. Everybody knows that. It's everything else, from the support of the proxies, the existence of the Islamic Republic, and the ballistic missiles. President Trump said, double down on that red line, that Iran or the Islamic Republic will not possess nuclear weapons or ballistic missiles. That the nuclear thing, they're not going to possess it. We know that. Ballistic missiles. That they're doubling down massively on that, which means it's going to be very, very hard for the Americans to compromise on ballistic missiles. Hypothetically, there could be a bit of a fake compromise on nuclear. The Islamic Republic could say, you know what, fine, we're not going to enrich uranium anymore. Let's just transfer it to a third country, right? Russia, Turkey, whatever. They could even do that, but they can't compromise on the ballistic missiles, because as I explained, they can't compromise on 2 red lines. Their own people will kill them. And once they compromise on nuclear, President Trump is not going to compromise on the ballistic missiles anyway, because that is the final red line. This is the biggest problem. And goes back to what this person says. I think Trump saying that ballistic missiles are part of the deal is major news today. These are the technical things that are extremely important when it comes to this conflict. There are no real negotiations happening. This is not real. This is just part of the dance. Now, fireworks continue with harrowing sounds in the background. Crazy stuff. And more from Iran. Death to Khamenei, the murderer. Yeah, someone says, we are moving assets, that's it. Talks are shown. Yeah. Crazy, absolutely insane. There are a couple of spammers I need to get rid of. If you copy and paste, yeah. And Michael says, I know TC mocked for this. Mocked this, I think. But I genuinely don't understand why monarchists and MEK can't work together. I'm going to explain this very slowly one last time for people to understand. Number one, it's very important to understand. MEK, they are the Marxist, Islamist Marxists, communist Islamists. Number one, MEK are not important anyway. There are 7 members. Nobody cares about them. The moment they put foot on the ground in Iran, if they decide to go back, they're going to be in trouble by ordinary people in Iran. So that's number one. But let's just say they are big players. They're very important. They have support, which they don't. Monarchists, well, there's no such thing as monarchists. It's called Iranians. Iranians and MEK. How come they can't work together? Do you know why? Do you know who MEK are? They're a splinter group from the Islamic Republic. In the 1970s, Khomeini, who was basically, well, Khamenei himself, right now, the current leader, was a KGB asset anyway. Khomeini got help from the Soviet Union at first, worked with communists, and people in the 1970s with guns started shooting at people and took control of the country. A few days later, people inside the Islamic Republic fell apart. They fell out primarily over the issue of the US embassy, and the group that left is now called the MEK, Mujahideen. Literally, the word jihad is in it. Jihad. They are jihadis, right? They were part of Khomeini's team. They fell out. Now, you are asking, Michael, why can't monarchists or Iranians work with the Islamic Republic? What? You're saying, why can't Iranians work with a bunch of jihadis that were part of Khomeini's team, and then at some point they fell out, and then they decided to help Saddam Hussein to kill Iranian people? And then they started doing bombings in Iran to kill civilians. Why can't Iranians and monarchists work with terrorists? Damn, it's so difficult to understand. Maybe because the Iranians don't like jihadis. That's why. Anyway, in terms of the military activities, the Brits are also pretty active right now. The Royal Air Force's Eurofighter has been active. Obviously, the UK, the Royal Air Force has been sending out a lot of equipment and troops. They are not going to be involved in any offensive tactics as part of the operation. They are simply there to defend. They are simply there to help the Americans and the Israelis and the Persian Gulf Arab countries to stay safe and, not die. And that is the primary goal of the RAF. And they've been obviously doing their own things around Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar and also around Jordan and Bahrain. So the Brits are also present. The British government have deployed a number of the RAF jets towards the Middle East. But while we're here, there is somebody says we need a history of how Khomeini took over. Well, I have the perfect solution in case you don't know. If you want to know how Khomeini took control of Iran, the best thing you can do is become a member of 2C TV Plus by scanning the QR code or visiting 2c.tv. When you become a member, you get full access to our documentaries, our original series and interviews. And one of the series that we have is about Iran, is about the Islamist takeover of Iran. And of course, you can check it out, which is also on the website and on the app. If you are using a mobile device, the best thing you can do is just use the app. But if you want to use the browser, use the laptop, much easier. The browser on the phone is not the best. Use the app, the 2C TV app from your app stores. But yeah, become a member, get full access, and there's a whole explanation by our good friend Potkin Ozam, who was our special guest and did a whole series on this topic. Let's quickly go back, and that was a perfect segue to do a bit of a promo for 2C TV Plus. Ivan says, how can the IRGC defeat these good people? Well, they can't, because they can't even successfully stop their own infighting. A bunch of idiots. Also, somebody in the live chat reminded me that Gusfala actually it kind of means goat, not lamb. So that insult you heard, retarded lamb, should actually be translated into retarded goat, which is even more appropriate for the Islamic side, because, you know, they're like goats, as long as the goat is a virgin. So yes, if you see an IRGC supporter, if you see a Palestinian supporter, feel free to call them retarded goats. You always learn something from this channel, right? Now, please explain the significance of the Taliban recognition. Yes, thank you so much for the reminder, Mr. or Mrs. Miller. Earlier today, the Islamic Republic of Iran decided to recognize the Taliban as the legitimate government of Afghanistan for the first time in history. That is quite interesting, right? Because, of course, Iran and Afghanistan are neighbors. Taliban and the IRGC don't get along for obvious reasons, but things are changing. I said this weeks ago, actually technically months ago, but over the last few weeks I've been repeating this. Afghanistan is going to be the final backup location for the IRGC to flee to, because at some point Moscow is going to be difficult, and they can't go to Venezuela anymore. They can't really move to Qatar because Qatar, President Trump is dragging them towards his side, Afghanistan. And the only way you could do that, first, you have to recognize the Taliban and then start sending your assets right next door to Afghanistan. And it will be the most embarrassing end to the Islamic Republic in Iran, that they will have to seek refuge in Afghanistan under the leadership of the Taliban. So I am very much looking forward to that scenario and that ending. Can you tell us the actual words that they are chanting? I've been saying it during the actual videos. So death to Khamenei, death to the Islamic Republic, death to the dictator, long live the king. These were the major chants that we were hearing. And John says, Taliban and the IRGC, it's like the two trenchcoat mafia psycho losers sitting at the same school lunch table with massive differences, but common enemy. Margareta says, Dear Maya, greetings from Malta. Are the Giractics bunker busted and the invisible president taking part in celebrations? So the main celebration will be in about 12 days' time. So today is the anniversary of the return of Khomeini from Paris in 1979. And then there was that 12-day transition when obviously the king of Iran left. And 12 days later, officially, the Islamic Republic started. It didn't actually start. It was the time when they declared, we won. So, although, no, hang on. 12 days. from now, it was the period between now and 12 days from now when Khomeini returned. Got the dates wrong. So when Khomeini then returned, then that was the time when they said, well, he's here now, we won. So that was a slight correction in terms of the timing and when he actually, doesn't really matter. 12-day transition, and then Khomeini arrives in Tehran. And so that day, which is 12 days from now, which coincidentally, by the way, in case you haven't noticed, not that there is a conspiracy theory, just coincidentally, 12 days from now will be next weekend. The same next weekend that I said is highly likely that you're going to have, from that moment, imminent war between the US and the IRGC. It's unlikely it will happen between now and then, unless an unexpected event happens. But next weekend will be the official anniversary, which that's when you're going to see, technically, you're going to be seeing the president, and I don't think you're going to see the supreme leader unless they feel confident that they can keep him safe. But you will be able to see the president, who is just a puppet, and a few other smelly, weirdy beardies. At this point, any successful negotiations with this regime will have no positive outcome. Yeah, negotiations don't matter. Let them talk. Let them even sign a deal. Doesn't do anything. It's not 2015 anymore. Hey there, Chuck, war journalist, stated earlier. Oh, you're not Chuck. Chuck, I think it was Chuck. Chuck stated earlier today that Xi has supplied Ali Khamenei with equipment to search out Starlink units. Were you aware of this? There were some reports which we couldn't verify. We know that Winnie the Pooh in Beijing, or Xi Jinping, has been sending out not just defensive equipment to the Islamic Republic, but also things to help with communication. Obviously, we exposed some of that last night in terms of the phone lines and the text messaging services and everything, basically the internet. That's been supplied by the Chinese side, and also in terms of the support with satellites. So I wouldn't be surprised if this thing about the Starlink units would be true, but I can't confirm them myself. But obviously, if Chuck has, then great. Please read my message. It's been censored. I can see your message. And also, I saw your messages briefly earlier. Your messages were coming up and you were shouting you were censored, but we can see you. See, that's another one. I doubted too many EU members. We can see your message.
See, I told you guys, it's a YouTube glitch. It's not me. It's not Armin. YouTube is glitching in the chat. It's even happening to Tusi.
If you can't see your messages, we still can. That's just a glitch that happens sometimes. You post the message in the live chat, it doesn't appear. You're like, where's my message? But other people can see it, don't worry. That's been going on for ages on YouTube. We are so proud of you, Maya, pushing for the people's freedom against the tyrants and sticking it to the likes of Tony Blair. Yeah, Tony Blair and the Blair family are currently not happy with me and 2CTV, which doesn't matter. Most people say, Tony who? Yeah, if you want to find out more about that, watch Andre Walker's channel, Andre J. Walker, about the Blairs. I don't know why. I'm a nice, innocent boy. What did I ever do? Tony doesn't like me. Where's my tiny violin? Perspective, Iran 90 million, Vancouver 2.5 million. Massive difference in size and geography. Why are we talking about Vancouver? History shows that rogue regimes are not eternal. Yeah, that is very, very true. And love your work, but the US is not an empire. You literally have an American empire. Before to be freed from an empire, you freed yourself from the British Empire, and you built the most successful and best, mostly soft power, at times hard power empire, or as the nice liberals would call it, the world police. It's just a weird way of saying it. We are a very powerful republic. Yeah, global republic, which means empire. I think people think the word empire is a negative word rather than the literal meaning of the empire. Empire doesn't have to be tyrannical. Empire doesn't have to be officially conquering places. You can unofficially conquer places with allies, have bases, and use the dollar empire to basically control the finances and the economies around the world, which is brilliant. Much better than BRICS, let's just say. God bless America and the dollar. And this is coming from me, the gold standard supporter. Yeah. Hi, Tusi, thank you. I think we backed off the first strikes because the expected defections didn't happen. Do you think larger strikes will get desired defections, or will we need to do full regime pest control? Yeah, you're going to have to do full pest control, because I don't think the issue around the defections were really even considered. I think they probably did have indirect effect, not necessarily the defections, but the overall thing of, are the Iranian people right now and the so-called defectors ready to finish the job? They weren't, because the time that week when the United States was about to basically hit, and there was just going to be a few airstrikes, that wasn't a good idea. I'm glad they cancelled it, or at least they made it seem that there was a plan and they cancelled it. It could have just been a false flag to make you think, oh, they were about to hit, but they pulled it off, they cancelled it last minute. That might have already been part of the plan, if we're going to get into the rabbit hole. But at that point, the Iranian people had gone home, because about 40,000 of them were killed. If the so-called airstrikes were planned the week before, then obviously everything would have been different. But the airstrikes alone were never going to be enough to bring down the regime. So you're going to have to do what we say, pest control, as you said. Brilliant. I wouldn't trust Starmer even if he paid me $1 billion. I don't know, I'll consider. I'll sell out. I don't care. It's $1 billion. Long live Starmer for $1 billion. Just trying to help with the English in the chat. Oh yeah, when you were trying to teach them yeah, that's not a bad idea. Next time do it, and I'll pin your comments at the top of the live chat. Do you think IRGC is secretly working for the US? I mean, he's not the best negotiator, so no, I think he's just in it for himself. Let's not forget that people like IRGC technically are from the reformists wing of the Islamic Republic. And as I explained recently, there's no such thing as reformists. They're still part of the Islamic Republic. But these guys want to portray themselves as the alternative. The president, Pezeshkian, is from the reformist side. Like, they're slightly nicer, apparently. They're the ones, if you allow them to stay in charge after Khamenei, they would probably, basically, they will come and say, okay, we're gonna call ourselves the Republic of Iran. You can right now you don't have to cover your hair anymore. The hijab laws cancelled. They could do that. They would do that just to stay in power. But at the end of the day, they are still the mafia, and they will still basically drain the resources of Iran, and they will still basically control everything, including the economy. Yeah, I mean, the guy is not the wisest man. Massive super chat saying, I am Armenian, and my mother and father were raised in Iran. God bless you. They would tell me of the old days with your own, just as beautiful as in any European country, and the people, their culture is old and beautiful, and of course resilient. Yes, but those days will come back very soon in Iran. 47 years of oppression. Trump is the 47th president. He is meant to stop the genocide. I mean, yeah, a lot of people have been talking about the interesting coincidence. It's just a coincidence, by the way. Don't take it too seriously. Donald J. Trump has to get Iran to sorted so we can go into Thailand and do some. Well, firstly, he's got to do it before the midterms, so very important. And stuff around Venezuela is actually going surprisingly well. And the Venezuelan's interim governments are currently working. Well, it's not really interim governments, interim presidents working well, because she doesn't want to lose power, because she doesn't want Maria Machado to get back to Caracas. But President Trump is basically using that as leverage. He just gets whatever he wants right now from Venezuela, because Maduro is not there anymore. And that will help. And you will see the effects of that in the United States just before the midterms. What happens to Hamas and Palestinian, their movement nationwide, once Iran is free? They will suffocate, and it will end. Because after the IRGC, you're going to have to sort out the Muslim Brotherhood, funded by Qatar, and then that's it. Because the Muslim Brotherhood would basically replace the IRGC as the godfather of the Palestinian movement, but from the Sunni angle rather than the Shia angle. Believers pray for the freedom of the people of Iran and justice for the tyrants. Your prayers matter. Pray with your loved ones for Iran. Thank you so much. What will happen with the policing the people? What do you mean, in general or in life or now? I don't know what the question refers to. Is it, if you mean after the revolution, then just like any other revolution, the police will continue to do their job. I don't know if you mean after or now, because now there's a bit of military presence on the streets. Thank you, Tusi. If you were my history teacher when I was in high school, I might have paid more attention. I have learned a lot since the uprising, including the insult retarded goat. The important things in life. Get used to the Persian insults. Anyway, we're going to keep you guys posted on this issue and everything else around the world. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.
Okay, guys, so we're almost getting to the end of today's live stream. Before we end, and guys, let me know in the comments if you want me to revisit that documentary. It seemed like you guys were enjoying that documentary with the 444 hostages. So if you want, like I've already done a documentary watch party with that particular documentary. But if you like, once I end the live stream, I could restart and do like a documentary watch party. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let me finish Iran Revolution live stream, and then I'll start another live stream soon afterwards, specifically for the documentary, and we'll go through it. Okay. Guys, because that's what I used to do. That's what I used to do before the revolution started, right? I would have 2 live streams every day. The first one would be, around 12 noon. It would go for about maybe 2 hours. And then I would have one in the evening. I would have another live stream in the evening where we basically went over documentaries together. And then myself and the Iranians in the chat would provide commentary. So, okay, I'll do that. I'll do that when the live stream ends because... Okay, so that's only going to be on my YouTube channel though, because that's like something that I do separately from Iran Revolution Live. Yeah, that was the old school, so all the OGs know about the documentary watch parties. We would do that every night. So okay, all right, I will revisit that, and I'll do the documentary watch party after we're done. So we're going to be done the live stream very soon. Before we end, though, I do want to go to the rallies, okay? Because on Saturday, February 14, right, we are having the biggest rallies for Iran ever in the history of Iranians, in the history of us fighting against the Islamic regime. So, without further ado, let's go through all of the rallies. And I'm going to share all the info with you, okay? So, why are we rallying? So we have six asks of the international community to support the people of Iran. Protect Iranians by weakening the regime's repression apparatus, especially the IRGC and its leadership. Impose maximum economic pressure by freezing regime assets and shutting down its shadow oil fleet. Guarantee internet access in Iran by expanding Starlink and blocking regime shutdowns. Expel regime diplomats, prosecute officials for crimes against humanity, and prescribe the IRGC as a terrorist organization. Secure the immediate unconditional release of all political prisoners. And finally, prepare for a democratic transition and recognize a legitimate transitional government. So the global day of action is going to be on Saturday, February 14, Valentine's Day. So you guys, if you go to a rally, be our Valentine. Guys, on February 14, you can be the Valentine of Iranians by joining us at one of our rallies at the main hubs or others around the world. So the first major city is in Los Angeles, Saturday, February 14, 1 p.m. there's more info there. So join us from across America, 1 to 4 p.m. Then we have Munich. Munich is the next one. So if you're in Europe, go there. Go get your liver eaten. Yes, go there and say Jigara to Bukharam. There you go. That's what you want to do. Yeah. Make sure when you go, just say Javid Shah and you'll be welcomed in. Bring your liver. Yes, you should absolutely. You know what? You should either bring your jigar to the Valentine's Day rally, or who knows? Maybe you'll go there and maybe you'll find a jigar. Maybe who knows? Maybe that'll be your future, love story, where you went to a pro-Iran rally and you found your jigar there. You found your sweetheart there. Okay. Next we have Toronto. So Toronto is happening at 1 p.m. as well, Yonge and Steeles. These are the 3 main rallies. Apparently, Vancouver is added as a 4th main rally. We're still waiting for the posters. It's Jigad. You guys in the chat, you can explain to him what Jigad is. All right, so we're still waiting for the official poster from Vancouver, but no need to apologize. No need to apologize. I'm glad to assist. But the people in the chat will explain to you what jigar means. It's one of the Persian words that we learned a few weeks ago. So, but you're learning Persian, which is fantastic. I just want to get through all of these rallies here, so that's why I'm not going to be paying too much attention to the chat. So Vancouver 14 is happening. That's going to be the 4th major rally. I'm still waiting for the poster, so the organizers are going to send it to me when they have it. This is just the email that they sent to me yesterday. There's no poster yet, but we'll send you a copy as soon as it's available. It will be held in Pool Plaza, Winter Olympic 2010 Torch Place, as it was used for the January 25 gathering. So if you're in Vancouver or close to the area, that's where you should go. Next, Frankfurt, Germany is having a rally on February 11th. So if you want to go to a pre-rally, if you want to get warmed up, Frankfurt's having one on February 11th. Lisbon as well. Lisbon's also having a rally on February 11 as a warm-up. Now we get to the actual demonstrations. So the first one is Adelaide, Australia. And this is happening, of course, February 14. So all the details are there. And guys, I'm just going to go through the cities very quickly because you already have the website. And when you go there, as you can see, I've sorted it by date and I've sorted it by city. So you can literally just go see if your city is there. And this is the most updated one because I was checking my email while 2C was speaking. So Adelaide, Australia, Athens, Greece, Atlanta, Georgia, Auckland, New Zealand, Belfast, Northern Ireland, Boise, Idaho, Boston, Massachusetts, Brisbane, Australia, another for Brisbane, Australia, Calgary, Alberta, Chicago, Illinois, Christchurch, New Zealand, Dallas, Texas, Denver, Colorado. Oh yeah, this one's new. This one is one of the ones that I got like an hour ago. So people who are asking about Denver, Colorado, there's the one for Denver, Colorado. Edmonton, Canada, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Houston, Texas, Jacksonville, Florida. This is Lisbon, Portugal, London, UK, Louisville, Kentucky. This is the bus information for people who want to go to Milan. So, for people who want to go to Munich from either Lugano or Milan. So if you're in Milan or if you're in Lugano and you want to attend the rally in Munich, this is the bus information there. I actually received an update about Milan. The organizer sent me the wrong poster. There is no rally in Milan because everyone in Milan, they're going to Munich. So that's why there's no demonstration in Milan. Then you have Madrid, Spain, Melbourne, Australia, Mexico City, Mexico. The organizer for Mexico City is asking for everyone to support if they can. So if you're in Mexico City or Mexico or close nearby, please go and join us. Again, this is the bus information, people who are in Milan and want to go to Munich. Then you have Nashville, Tennessee. You have Nicosia, Cyprus. Orlando, Florida. Oslo, Norway. PEI, Charlottetown. Perth, Australia. Porto, Portugal. San Francisco bus information. San Jose bus information. This is the bus information for people in San Francisco or San Jose who want to go to the Los Angeles rally, because the Los Angeles rally is the main one, right? So everyone's trying to make it to LA. Then you have Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. You have Seattle, Washington State. So there's 2 in Seattle. They're happening back to back. So there's one that's from 12 to 2 p.m. And then there's another one from 2 to 4 p.m. So they're back to back. Then you have Sydney, Australia. Then you have Tampa, Florida. Wellington, New Zealand. And then this is the bus information for people who are in Windsor, Ontario, going to Toronto for the main Toronto one. Bulgaria, so Sofia, Bulgaria, that one's happening on the 15th. Although all of them are happening on the 14th. The reason that in Bulgaria it's happening on the 15th is because on the 14th there is Bulgarian nationalist groups will be holding marches throughout the city center from morning until evening. Therefore, the event has been moved to Sunday. And then this is all the combined posters for all of Australia and New Zealand. Although one of them is not here. Adelaide's not here. So there's also Adelaide, but that's just the combined one. So, all right, guys, there you go. There's the list of all the posters. You can find it, tinyurl.com/Iran rally. I'll be checking my email inbox again tomorrow morning. And of course, updating you guys as the information comes in. But if you guys want to make history, you know where to be. You know where to be. Be our Valentine. Be our Valentine, and join us on Saturday, December 14. Okay, guys, I want to thank you all for joining us for today's episode, today's live stream, I guess, of Iran Revolution Live, day 45. We'll see some of you tomorrow for day 46. For those of you who are following me on my X or my YouTube or Rumble, stay tuned, because I'm going to restart the live stream in about, 15 minutes, and then we're gonna go right into the documentary. I'm not gonna do like a 1 hour pre-show, okay? I might play like maybe 1 or 2 songs for you guys, just to give me like a break. So I'll play 1 or 2 songs, but we're just gonna dive right in. We're gonna dive right in, and we're gonna watch the documentary together. So if you guys are interested in the documentary watch party, make sure you're following me on YouTube or X or Rumble. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. See you soon. پاینده ایران جاوید شاه.
غرق انقلاب است.
Wait, I messed that up. There we go.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینه گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش جگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد. در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد، پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلق‌ها به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر بالین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنی بسازیم بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستی، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان هم میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش